Hi, Janine. Honey bunny. Let me set a background and let some people get in here. When I set that title, do you see it? Like it lets me set a title for the live. This is going to be about Gypsy and the Fetish roleplay tonight. There. That's good. That's set all the way in the background of that. Okay. Let's see. Hi, Honey Bunny. Hi, Becky. Janine. Who else is in here? Okay, good. I wanted to make sure that they can see the title. Psychonic Tea. You're a New Orleans lady. Okay. I'm going to talk about how Gypsy uses the BDSM role play and fetish play, and how she always has. I'm just freezing. It was 5 degrees. I had to turn my water off, and my room here, I forgot to turn my little radiant heater back on. I fell asleep, and it's like 50 degrees in here. So, yeah, I'm used to it. Hi, Wicked Flower. Wicked Flower, I'm going to ask you a weird question, so don't take it personally. Are you in any way associated with Wicked Whispers? Because you just started following me. Hi, Poi. Yeah, I'm going to tell everybody, if you are associated with Fancy Maselli or Natasha Cooper or Sweetest Honey or any of these that I've had past history with, please don't follow me. Please don't lurk in my chats. Please don't spy or try to gather intel. I'll find out who you are, and it won't be pretty. Yeah, I saw you, I think, in there. I'm not going to slander Stevie. I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to... I talk about things that those people do not want talked about. And that's why I'm dangerous to those people, and I'm dangerous to Gypsy. Because I'm building something that Gypsy can't counter, she can't handle, and she can't stop. And she knows that that's going to sit on the web, just like my other shit has sat on the web for 15 years. And so when you link the name JFK Annie, all of my research comes up. And so that now that I'm building this, if they link the name JFK Annie to Gypsy Rose, all of this is going to just pop up when people search it. That's why I've got them boxed in, and they cannot mock me. They don't want, they want to really bad, but they can't. They don't want to draw attention to me. But they'll sit down there in my chat to see what I'm doing, to see if they can spin it. I know. How cold is it where you are, Psychonic? It is, I think it went back up to 30 tonight outside, but in here it's about 50 degrees. And that's the thing. It's a cold 50 degrees because it's so cold. It's like ice outside. Hi, Sharon Ann. Stevie. Oh, I know, Stevie. We discussed that today. I understand. You know, that's your experience. But here's the thing. If I slander them, I'm just as bad. So I'm not here to slander anyone. I'm just here to discuss my personal experience with these people and why they need to handle me. They need to handle me because I'm talking about the Nick Infiltration group that really existed and that was designed with the intent to fuck with his appeal. And that has legal ramifications to it. Oh, you're in Jersey. I want you to come up here sometime and let me listen to your accent. I love Jersey accents. Hello, Maria. Ah, okay. Oh, 21. Yeah, it was like 25 here. last night, so I have to turn my water off because I drain the pipes so that they don't freeze. My last year, all the water pipes in my house froze and cracked and flooded the whole basement, and so I had to have whole water. And they put that flex pipe in that expands when it freezes, but I had them set up a thing in the basement where I turn the water off, drain all the pipes, and wait till it gets back above 35. So I have garbage cans in my bathroom that I fill up to flush the toilet. I have always have water in my house, drinking water for at least 3 months. And my daddy taught me how to survive, and especially a rough winter. Yes, honey bunny. Nobody's saying that Nick deserves to be walking around free. He deserves the opportunity for parole, just like Gypsy had. Okay?
He deserves a
Leslie
due
Van Houten,
trial.
one of the Manson. Oh, hi,
He deserves.
Psychotic.
Hi, and you haven't went live with me before, and I'm so sorry. I followed you for a while. You are good friends with my good friend, My Little Pony. I love her. I go live
Oh,
with her a lot. She's amazing.
yeah, she's my personal stalker.
Yeah, who doesn't love My Little Pony? I mean,
Yeah.
honestly. Um, I've also went live with Audrey. Anyways, what I wanted to say was on what you touched on a little bit was Nick, and I think everyone deserves a due process, and
Yes.
I don't think that in this kind of case it was kind of a little bit like you got to look at the state and the time being, which was crazy because Gypsy got the knowledge of a lot of things before she went to she didn't get to go to trial. She pled because if
Right.
she knew she went to trial, she knew that she was either going to get the death penalty or life in prison. So
Mm-hmm.
she took those 10 years and 8 as in parole, and she got the 8, as well as everyone here. But Nick, he didn't actually know because he's not inclined as a lot of people are, and he thought that maybe because he wasn't so aware of, I think he was going on like the truth and like the justice of it all, like he was manipulated, which absolutely he was. He thought like maybe his truth would like get him out of things, but he didn't get the detail of it all. So he got life, and unfortunately, and this is such an injustice because if you think about people that are master manipulators in a lot of things, if you think about Charles Manson, if you think about people that put in stuff as in play with other people like doing the dictatorship of the actual crime, they still got life. And you have Gypsy out here just living her life. She doesn't care about anything. And you have Nick who has a mind capacity as a 10-year-old, and I have a 6-year old that is autistic. And this is why it hits home. I've talked to
Mm-hmm.
Audrey about this. She has a 17-year-old that's autistic as well. You are manipulating someone that you absolutely knew, and this is where I have a whole problem with you absolutely knew that could be manipulated to do something that you wanted done. Otherwise, it would have never been.
Mm-hmm. That's why I'm trying to figure out and prove that if Nick and Gypsy were in Second Life or playing around
Right.
in these online role plays, because if she cultivated him before Christian Mingle, you know,
Right.
that would be, we would
A
have
little
some
different.
evidence there. Right. So
Exactly.
that's
And
why
this is
yeah, I'm starting with this tonight to show you what she was doing online.
And this is where I gotta say this because it kind of touches home because I have a son like that too. I think at Nick, and this is my own perspective. I think Nick was like, he didn't really date. He was in his home. He was a good boy, like his mom and people in his family said. Like he was very much in his own. Like he didn't bother nobody or whatever. And then he met Gypsy. I think he just met the wrong person on. Unfortunately, when you go, okay, so if me or you like joined Christian Mingle right now, me or you both, like we wouldn't expect to meet anyone like Gypsy, to someone to like manipulate us into like unaliving someone. You would never expect that in that kind of realm of social, like it's Christian Mingle, right? Like, so you wouldn't think like that would
Yeah.
happen. But over 2 years of someone telling you this, like I'm thinking that maybe he fell in love with her before all of this happened, because they spoke for 2 years, and then he was like, well, if this is what it needs to be, because he get, how many times did he give her the alternative, like, well, what do you think about running away? Well, what do you think
Yes.
about doing this?
Mm-hmm.
Like, it was almost sad, because he was like, well, I really don't want to do this, but what do you think about this? And what do you think about that? Like, no, 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 there's no other way. There's no other way. And how does she get away with it? And for the simple fact that she still comes on live today, and you know for a fact that she does, she still comes on the lives today, and she's like, I don't give a crap about where my mom is. I don't care. I don't care if Nick has life in prison. I'm trying to live my own life. That's what kind of person she is, y'all. That is exactly what person she is. She cares about no one.
Yeah, well, that's my point. In Nick's interrogation, what does he say? After 4 days, he felt like he was in a committed relationship. So either Gypsy's really fucking good, or she had cultivated him prior. I always say Nick was not looking for a sex slave. You know how they want to say he had murderous ideation, and
I think
he,
she like conjured him into that.
well, yeah, I really conjuring and all that kind of crap. But you know, if I can prove, I know she was in the fetish communities online. I know that before she met Nick, she was doing all of this role play. She was
Wasn't it
very
with
adept
Dan
at it.
too?
Well, yes.
Right.
Yeah, she was doing it with Dan and other men. Dan
And
wasn't the
other
first.
men.
Yeah,
Right.
Dan wasn't the first. That's what I want to do this tonight. I want to show you what she was doing. So,
Absolutely.
I'm gonna put you down for I'm gonna do about an hour of the background on this, and then I'm gonna open it up for discussion, and y'all can all come up.
Yes, yes, yes. Please do
But
that. I
yeah,
would love to watch it, and
mm-hmm.
thank you for having me up.
Okay. Can you get down yourself, or you want me to drop you?
Yeah, no, I will disconnect 1 second.
Okay. Okay, yeah, nobody pop up in for about an hour. And I've got at least 3 hours on this phone tonight. Give me an hour to do my little presentation. All right. What you're seeing behind me, and hi, Hannah. Hannah inspired this, okay? Because Hannah had reminded me about this deviant art stuff. I hadn't really been over there in a couple of years. And Hannah was talking about it, and I went, let me go see, remind myself. So, what you're looking at here is one of Gypsy's drawings, okay? And I'm going to go on my other phone and read her DeviantArt page. If you go over to DeviantArt, you have to like sign up and log in. I did it with my Google account. And over there on DeviantArt, I'm Red Garters again. If you're, I don't have anything posted on there, but I'm going to explain to you what it is. DeviantArt is a site, it's been online for years. And Gypsy had her account there, I think, since 2011. And it's a place where you can go and meet other people, like if you draw or create graphic art, right? In 2011, what we would use the DeviantArt, and it's, I mean, people post pictures of flowers. People post pictures of, photographs that they take. But there's a huge subsection of it with BDSM art. That's why it's called DeviantArt. And so you'll get a lot of, just a lot of weird art. Monsters, Dom sub stuff. Photographs, personal drawings, and everything like that. And okay, my son, when he was young, was nonverbal. So he communicated through his drawing. And that's the only way you could communicate with him. And nobody understood him but me. He would draw these monsters, amazing monsters. I'll take pictures of it and put them up. He hates when I do that, but they're intricate. He would do continuous line art where he would start and not stop until the drawing was done. But all of these, if you're familiar with Stephen King, how he builds his world, that's how my son did. He has a whole world of creatures, and they all have a backstory. So I'm trying to get him to let me make a book or a coloring book or something out of it, because they're just brilliant. But this DeviantArt is the same way. It's these artists that all got together and they put their stuff online and they make it available. You could, unless they have it locked, you can take these images and use them in things online. So back in 2011, we would use them as avatars when we were in these chat programs, okay? We would use them in Second Life. You can have a house, an apartment, and we would use them as posters on our walls of our apartments. That's what we used all this art for, okay? So everything Gypsy's doing in DeviantArt here is a part of her separate online life. And what Gypsy was doing, see, people want to infantilize her. They want to say, oh, she was just a little girl. No, she was never a little girl. From the time she moved into that pink house, she was pretending to be a little girl. She was pretending to be a little girl in public. She was knowledgeable about what she was doing. She was 17 years old. She knew she was 17 years old. And that's proven by what she did in 2009, which is they joined VisionCon. Right away, she started with the sexual manipulation. All right? She was never a little girl. She was pretending to be a little girl to scam. All right? And she was pretending to be a little girl online because she was scamming men. She was sending pictures and video to these men to blackmail them. That's what was going on in this shed. In in 2005, when they moved away, she was 14 years old. They were in temporary housing. In 2008, she was 17 years old. And in all that newspapers and everything, they report that she's 12. That means that some reporter, journalist, put a mic in front of Gypsy's face and said, how the fuck old are you? And she said, I'm 12. And my mama had given me a globe, a snow globe, and she told me that one day this would be real, and now it's real. God, Gypsy, I just can't with you anymore. No, just Jack, stop giving her that excuse, everybody. Stop giving her the excuse that the little girl is, part of her thing. No. And this is what I'm going to show you tonight. This girl's not slow. All right? This took intelligence to do what she did in 2011. And I know, because I'm really intelligent, and I was in all of this. I was in all of this fetish play in 2011. So I'm going to show you the connection between what she was doing on DeviantArt, where she took that, what she was doing, and the Anne Rice books. Okay? So please stop giving her excuses. That's why she's got away with this for this long. Because you allow her to be a little girl. All right. So what you're seeing behind you is Gypsy's DeviantArt page. She joined DeviantArt in 2011. Her account over there is called Snow Gypsy. Okay? And I can't read the chat while I'm doing this because I'm going to read a whole bunch of stuff to you. So somebody down there I thought I saw Hannah in there. I don't know if my mods are here. Somebody maintain the chat. And please don't start anything down there while I'm talking. If you start havoc down there or chaos, thank you, Hannah. If you start havoc down there or any trolls come in, ignore them. Don't fight with them. Let them go. I'll catalog them later. Okay? I'll mute anybody that starts any shit tonight because this is a lot to go over. What I'm showing you tonight is exactly what Gypsy was doing online. Okay? Now, the account over on DeviantArt is called Snow Gypsy. All right, let me see. I'll show you the account. That's her account. It's cut off a little bit of that dog. I was trying to find if they ever had a picture of that dog. But it's called Snow Gypsy. All right. Let me see. Let me get my thing here. I'm going to put my... Okay. Can everybody hear me okay? Because somebody said there was an echo. Okay. My phone is down, so I can't see chat. Where am I at? All right, she's been on DeviantArt for 13 years. She started December 26th. She has 6.3 profile views, 6.3 thousand profile views. A lot of those views came after she was arrested and people started digging into her. She has 5 watchers. That's people that are watching her. Hang on a second, I'm not on the actual site. Hold on. Where am I at? Okay. She has 5 watchers. Why is it not letting me go to her watchers? 30 what they call deviations. That's 30 like posts. You can post comments on here. You can post your drawings on here. All right. So she put two images up on here. Okay, there was that one I had when I opened, which was that. Okay, that's Kissy. And she had this one. All right. Then she describes what those are. So let me tell you. That one, is listed as Gypsy. Hold on. Okay. She says, Gypsy is my oldest and most used character in House of Eros. Thus, she has a lot of history. Okay, hold on a second. This is important. So, okay, make sure everybody can hear me. Here, let me see if I can put you in my thing. Okay. Gypsy is my oldest and most used character in House Eros. Thus, she has a lot of history. Gypsy grew up as a Romani gypsy. She lost her parents at a very young age due to illness that was passed around like a wildfire. Her grandmother took her in, raising her and showing her the life of a Romani healer. She was the most beautiful in the tribe, even at a young age. See? Hold on. Get back there. Gypsy really thinks she's the smartest, most beautiful. All right? This is Gypsy's fantasy world. It's real to her, but she also uses it to manipulate everybody in her life. And I mean everyone in her life. Okay? She was most beautiful in the tribe, even at a young age. And the head set his eyes on her for a bride. When she refused, he did not give up, pestering her to marry him often. Of course, Gypsy. Look at what she's doing now, pestering Ken to marry her often. All right, Gypsy one day wandered into a town where she had befriended a white girl, and the head found out. Enraged, he dragged her into the woods with his men. He raped her and branded a W into her shoulder to show she was a traitor to their clan, and after beating her, he left her to his men. This is where the grape fantasies start, who were just as merciless. She ended up with multiple stab wounds and was unable to return to her clan. She wandered off and made it into the house. Her wounds healed and scarred over, yet her burn wound still bothers her. She's been married, widowed, kept as a prisoner to Cerberus, played by a good friend of mine, and now she is in a budding romance with a man who is so scarred he's his own nuclear bomb. Now, that was written August 31st, 2013 at 9:05 a.m. Now, this is during her relationship with Nick. She was still on this site writing. Now, here's what she's doing. Online years ago, back in 2010, 2011, and in the 90s, gaming online, role-play gaming, was text-based. So what we did is we created characters, and we role-played online with them. And how we would role-play is we would write stories with all of our other people that we were role-playing with. We would use them as characters in our stories. And then they would write stories and use us as characters in their stories. It was text-based play. Okay. My favorite author, Robert Bloch, who wrote Psycho. He did this with the famous author H.P. Lovecraft. Robert Bloch, as a young man, started writing to H.P. Lovecraft. H.P. Lovecraft had a lot of his fans that wrote to him. He would write back to them. But with Robert Bloch, he started putting, H.P. Lovecraft put Robert Bloch as a character in his stories. And Robert Bloch put H.P. Lovecraft as a character in his stories. And that's the Cthulhu stuff, okay? It's available online. You can read it. But this is what they were doing in this, House Eros. House Eros was an online role play, it was a game where we all joined. I wasn't in that. I was in Second Life in similar things, but where they all joined and they had characters online, and they would write stories back and forth, putting their characters in each other's stories. So she was doing online gaming back in 2011, and in particular, she was in the fetish communities doing that with all the BDSM stuff, all of the, dark fantasy play. And this is what she was doing with the men at VisionCon. And VisionCon has a backstory, which I don't think I'll get to tonight, but I will get to on probably my next live. All right, so is everybody okay down there in chat? All right, because, I'll, when I break from this, give me an hour, I'll let you all up to discuss, and I'll review chat when I'm done. Okay, so that was her Gypsy character, okay? The other character is the blonde one, which I had up when I started. That is Chrissy. Chrissy is a fallen angel character of mine in House Eros. I'm going to go into what House Eros is. Her backstory is that she was once a choir angel, but the archangels asked her to help and become an angel of karma. She fell within a week because she watched a young girl be stalked for rape and murder, and she saved the girl and smilled the man. Through falling, she lost her wings, and they had cut her long blonde hair. Gabriel was her best friend, and she was the one who was in charge of her punishment. A beating, plus her wings being ripped free, and demon blood poured into the wound so it would never heal, and her hair being cut for humiliation purposes. What's Gypsy do? With her hair? Everybody? Anybody? Mueller? What does she do with her hair? All right. Through falling, she landed in the house and met a lot of characters, including another one of her fallen brothers, played by Ethan D91. Ethan D91 is one of the people she played online with. After settling down a bit, she had a love for a man, but found out she was betrayed by him since he had another lover already. She wiped his memory of her, leaving him to the other lover, and she was soon found by a ninja master, her Rio. Rio and she have done and seen quite a few adventures together, and they remain friends with her old lover and his fiancé. As of right now, she's engaged to Rio. Time will tell how the rest of her existence will play out in the house. Okay. Now, that's the only two characters she has up on her Snow Gypsy account. But she does have other comments, okay? Because you can use this, back then they used this sort of like a blog, all right? I had a blog where I wrote erotica, and I was in a whole group with people where we shared our erotica. All right, this was written August 31st, 2013. Been lazy, I know. Back to drawing and working on my stories. I'll get them here someday. Been wanting to do pictures for my characters in House Eros for the longest time. To those of you that don't know, House Eros is an adult RP site. So in 2013, she was fully aware that she was dabbling in an adult RP site. And in 2013, she was with Nick. Well, Nick probably knew how old she was. I'm not sure. I have to go back. That's what I need the Facebook shit for. I need the Facebook shit to see what she was telling him as these characters. If she was telling him she was, in 2013, let's see, she told Aaliyah she was 18 in 2014, so then everybody thought she was 17 in 2013. So when the whole neighbors and everything thought she was 17 years old, but her bedroom did not age, okay, with her, to look like a 17-year-old girl's room. It still looked like a little girl's room. That's why they thought she was a slow little girl. So, she knew in 2013 when she was writing to Nick and making Nick think he was in a committed relationship, making Nick think he was her master, having signed a slave contract, okay? She knew she was talking to all these people online. She knew she was an adult RP site, and that means roleplay, and she was meeting all these people, and she was writing these text-based stories about grape and everything else. Okay, happy that I got Gypsy and Chrissy done. Next, I'm going to jump to Saphira, Amber Lynn, and Ruka, though I don't really know how I'm going to get them positioned. And I'm going to get their backstories on as their detail. Then, when I finish with them all one at a time, thinking a group chibi shot, maybe, just keeping all updated. So let's see where her other ones are. Posts. Okay, these ones are like whited out, so they're kind of hard to read. I'm tired, like one of those bone-deep, weary, tired feelings. I'm working lots, practically 6 days a week sometimes, and I'm trying to juggle school, but it seems like everything is falling apart no matter how hard I try to glue it together. Anyway, that's my pity party for myself. Okay, now I am focusing on trying to not only draw, but I'm trying to do color drawings. I managed one of the orchids. She has pictures of flowers, orchids in her gallery. From my gallery, Bitch Say What, into a colored pencil, and I plan on posting it eventually. But I'm bummed because I lost the other one of my phone's SD cards, and it had tons of awesome flowers. Anyways, just wanted to update what I'm doing. All right, here, Snow Gypsy, December 12th, 2011. This is her introduction. Waves, shyly. See, what they're doing is she's setting the scene, because everything is text-based in this role play. Like in Second Life, you're not really in person, so you tell the story, you set the scene. Red Garters walks into the disco, dances seductively, walks over to such and starts whatever I start. All right? You're text-based, telling the story, interacting with the other people in the room. Waves shyly, so I'm brand new. Hi, I'm Snowy or Sam. If you want to call me my real name, I've known about this site for a while. So that means in 2011, she's known about DeviantArt for a while. All right? That means she's known about DeviantArt in 2009 and 2010 when she was sending the naked pictures to the men. All right. And I've drawn for longer, but I've never joined until now. It's nice to be here. Wave shyly again. Okay, Ben. Okay? So, that's what she was using DeviantArt for over there. She was building her characters. Now, hang on a second, make sure, see if I have that picture on there. Okay, I don't think I put it up here. All right, so I'll just stick that up there so you can look at that in the background if you ever want to search that. Now, what was she doing? Okay. Back in 2010 and 2011, and prior to that, like in the 90s, all of the games online, they were text-based. Like there was an old one called Zork, all right, where you would write to the computer. You would write your story or your scene or whatever, and then the computer would respond. And it would give you options. Do you want to go down this road? Do you want to go down this road? What do you want to do? You know? So those were online games. They were MUDs, you know, where we'd all gather together and we did this in chat rooms. And one of the rooms we used to use a thing called chat roulette, where you would just basically spin a wheel, go on, and a person would pop up. It's like that. Remember when she went on that OME site, which was the old Omegle? Okay. Gypsy has known about these sites for a long time. So her and Ken on that OME site, they knew where they were, they knew what that was used for, and they knew what they were doing. Don't fucking try to bullshit a bullshitter, Gypsy. All right, so that's the DeviantArt. You know what she was doing. So she was using this off, you know, we would go to DeviantArt, we would gather pictures, and we would put it into our online gameplay. So what is House of Heroes? House of Heroes was a massive online role-playing community where you would go and have your characters and everything. You'd put your characters on there and you would play with other characters, other people. They're real people, all right? They're not bots, they're real people playing with you as their characters. Just like Second Life, I'm not really Red Garters. I don't walk around in skimpy, well, I have. I'm not going to say I never have it. I don't walk around in skimpy lingerie, you know, dominating people. I don't do that in my real life, all right? But we played online. Now, if you go to, this House Heroes has a Twitter account, all right? If you look it up now, you're going to find, oh, and by the way, let me do a trigger warning because I'm going to read a lot of stuff about, you know, fetish play. So if you have a history with this or whatever, and it's, you know, an abuse history, please, trigger warning for you. I don't want to harm anyone when I do these, okay? So if you search like House of Heroes, Rise of Heroes, what you'll find now is the actual Avatar games, and it's a lot of sex, okay, stuff. So be aware if you're going to search this stuff. Let me go to the Twitter site. Well, anyway, if you go to House Eros on Twitter, they still have a page. I have it in my gallery, and I'm going to read to you. Where's the? No, I put it in here. There it is. If you go over to it's got a circle with an H-E. It's House Eros, HOUSEEROS. Okay, and they have a website linked to this. Okay, that you can go to. That right now they started the site in the Twitter account in 2010, and they have 101 followers right now. They haven't posted anything. They are following 51. I haven't gone into there, but what I'll do for my GRB evidence site is I will screenshot all of their followers and everybody that they are following if they don't have that blocked. And I'll put that up on my GRB evidence. But this House Eros, it lists, it says adult roleplaying at House Eros. Now, if you click on the website, it's houseeros.com. If you go to that website, this is what you get. Explore your desires. Roleplay invites partners to explore imagined identities, power shifts, and new forms of desire, whether it's classic archetypes like boss and employee, playful games like seduction and resistance, or full fantasy worlds involving creatures or masks. Roleplay offers freedom and flexibility. It can be sexy, silly, healing, theatrical, primal, or all of the above. The key is communication. The more clearly you set the scene, the more safely you can let go inside of it. You don't need costumes or scripts. Just consent. Consent is most important. That your partners need to consent. Curiosity and a willingness to play. Now, these people online, we're playing. That's what we're doing. We're playing. We're extending that, a part of our life that we don't get the chance to do in our everyday life. Personally, I use this kind of thing for my personal healing from my trauma, okay? To explore and to identify and to understand all of the sexual parts of me, okay? That's what I used it for. I don't have a clue what Gypsy used it for. I suspect to manipulate people. So if you dive into the categories that you're going to find on this House Eros where you can play, there's authority and power dynamics. And if you go to this site, you can click on these and it takes you to another description of the space in the site. Fantasy and mythical creatures, age play. Now what's age play? Age play is little girl play. Medical and clinical play. Stranger or seduction games, masked or anonymous play, consensual coercion, CNC fantasy, kidnapping and interrogation, non-human or abstract roles. That's where the werewolf shit comes in. The werewolf and the vampire play. Okay, role reversal and dynamic flips. That's the power exchange. Explore your desires with a modern kink and BDSM test. Discover your preferences, boundaries, and fantasies in a safe, consensual way. The kinks are basics, bondage, control and restraint devices, degradation and humiliation, energy and spiritual play, exhibitionism and voyeurism, impact play, masochism, medical play, multiple partners, orgasm control, pet play, psychological and power play, role play, sadism, sensation play, voyeurism. All right, archetypes. These are the archetypes of characters. Brat, bull, caregiver, cuck queen, dominant, energetic, exhibitionist, hot wife, kinky, little, masochist, mistress, owner, master, pet, primal, queen, rigger, role player, rope bunny, service submissive, sexual, shapeshifter, stag. What do they say to her? What do her young followers say to her? Don't they say slay queen? Okay? Are you getting it? Are you all fucking getting it now? Are you getting what she was doing in 2011 before she met Nick? Gypsy, don't give me this bullshit that Nick groomed you and it was all his idea. Fucking don't play a player. All right. Sexual, shapeshifter, stag, submissive, switch, unicorn, vixen, voyeur. Switch is both dominant and submissive. So that's what Gypsy is doing when she first becomes his slave. Nick's slave, calls him master, and then switches it up and becomes Demona, who is his master and going to grape him. That's what she's playing. She's playing that she's a switch. She's not. Gypsy wouldn't know how to dominate if it came down bitter in the ass. All right, dynamics. You got caregiver. Consent caregiver / little. Gypsy played a little online. That's where she plays the little girl. The daddy-daughter. And she was in Dominant Daddy, Little Girl, Safe Playground on Facebook in, hang on a second, 2013. Okay, oh no, 2015. That was 2015. right before because she took the picture of the Beauty and the Beast. That's where she got it. Consensual non-consent. Dom sub. Power exchange. Financial domination. That's FinDom. There's also Femdom, which is women to women. Mentor-mentee. Owner-pet. Primal. Hunter-prey. Ritual and protocol. Sadist-masochist. Scene-based power exchange. Service-based power exchange. Switch. Total power exchange. Then there's communication. Alter care, boundaries, check-ins, contracts. Contracts would be the slave contract. Emotional regulation, masks and roles. That's Gypsy. The costume characters, that's Gypsy, masks and roles. Negotiation, praise and feedback. She did that with Nick. Praise and feedback, constantly pulling him, twerking him around. Praising him, yelling at him, okay? Repair conversations, she did that with him. Where she's yelling at him, and then he threatens to hurt himself, and she becomes Kitty. Daddy, come back. And so then she repairs the conversation. She brings him back and apologizes. And then Nick says, I thought I lost you. And what does she fucking say? Does she say to him, you could never lose me, master? No, she said, you almost did. To keep him on edge and always feel like that Gypsy part of her could be pulled away at any moment. When Damona is saying, if you don't do everything I say, if you displease me in any way, all right, I'm going to take Gypsy away. I'm going to use the one card. The one card I have is Gypsy, because we know you want her more than any of us. You don't want us. You don't give a shit about us. You want Gypsy. So they threaten to take Gypsy away. And they used Damona because she played Nick with Damona. Previous to that, she told Damona she was the master now, and he had to listen to her, or she would do all those things to punish him. Okay, so that's House of Eros. That's over on Twitter, and you can click on the link. Now, I am warning all of you, if you have past trauma, and any of this shit's involved in it, trigger warning, big time trigger warning. Do not go to these sites. Please do not go to these sites. I will explain them to you. Okay? Yeah, please. I don't want anything that I do to psychologically harm anyone. I understand what that's all about. So please don't. Okay, now where was I in my... Okay. Along with all of this she was doing, she was in FetLife. She was in some kind of little communities where she was doing the little girl play. She was playing all these other characters in Eros. And she had friends and everything. And I will gather all that, who her followers are, and I will put them, and I'll do follow-up on that, see who they are, if they're still available online or playing or anything. I'll move all this over to my GRB evidence. And then all the groups I have, the prison emails, the media, the GRB evidence. I'm sorry, mine's the Gypsy Rose evidence. Don't confuse that with the other GRB evidence. I'll put all of it into the database. Okay, so the next thing I want to read is how she was incorporating all of this other stuff online with her role play. We know that in the prison emails, she admits that she had read Anne Rice's Beauty series, Sleeping Beauty series. There are 4 books in that series, and this is where it gets intense that I'm going to read, okay? So if you can't handle this or think you can't handle this, you need to step out of the chat. Take it at your level of, handling it, because this is intense. I'm going to read the actual synopsis of these beauty books. Okay, hang on a second. Now, back in 2011, not many people knew about Anne Rice's erotica. They knew her Interview with the Vampire. When Interview with the Vampire was first published, it was sold with the historical romances, what they call bodice rippers. prior to these bodice rippers, we had Harlequin romance. They were real tame, real light, right? No schmecks, really. Once these historical romances like Flame in the Flower, Sweet Savage Love, they had a lot of intense grape scenes and sex scenes. The heroine was often really abused, and then the man came in. A lot of times the man would have rape her too, and then they have her fought, like General Hospital, Luke and Laura. Remember that? Her rapist becomes her lifelong love. All right, same thing with these books. So Anne Rice's Interview with the Vampire, the original cover had a picture of a man and woman in an embrace, and it was sold as a historical romance. Then people read it, and it's like, whoa, because has gay sex scenes, has all kind of stuff in it they weren't ready for. So that went over big. And then Anne Rice wrote her next 2 books, and they were too long, and people didn't read them, so she got kind of like pissed and annoyed. So she wrote under a pen name, and she wrote the Sleeping Beauty books. So hang on a second, I'm going to go to that. It's called the Sleeping Beauty Quartet. All right, here. Anne Rice wrote this under the pseudonym A.N. Roclair. The quartet comprises The Claiming of Sleeping Beauty, Beauty's Punishment, Beauty's Release, and Beauty's Kingdom. It was first published individually in 1983, 84, 85, and 2015. They are erotic BDSM novels set in a medieval fantasy world, loosely based on the fairy tale of Sleeping Beauty. The novels describe explicit sexual adventures of the female protagonist, Beauty, and the male characters, Alexei, Tristan, and Laurent, featuring both maledom and femdom scenarios and vivid imageries of bisexuality, homosexuality, pony play. Okay? Now, I don't know if you know what pony play is, but if it's when men, women actually wear bridles and people ride them, and geez, how am I going to do this? They have tails inserted, okay, and ears. They, like, it's way above furries, okay? Pony play. So hold on, I don't need to read. Well, if you want to know anything about it, there were audiobooks that were put out of the first 3 books. One was read by Amy Brenneman. She was in private practice. And 2 were read by Elizabeth Montgomery, the woman from Bewitched. Okay. I've already kind of explained the background. She wrote Interview with a Vampire. That took off, was like wildly popular. And then she wrote Feast of All Saints and Cry to Heaven. And they just bombed. Nobody read them. They were too long. Nobody had the patience for it. Okay. So Rice was devastated. She'd been thinking about a story set during the time of Oscar Wilde for the next novel, but decided to abandon it and go back to the erotic writing she had explored in the 60s. Her idea was to create a book where you didn't have to mark the hot pages and to take away everything extraneous as much as could be done in a narrative. To gain a creative freedom for the new work, she adopted the pen name A.N. Roclair from the French word Roclair, referring to a cloak worn by men in the 18th century. You see what she was doing? The cloak hidden. She was hiding herself behind the pseudonym. So here are the 4th book, by the way, is Beauty's Kingdom, and it was published in 2015, which is probably, I think she knew about this before, but she might have discovered her in 2015, but I have a hard time believing that because we all knew about these books back in 2010, 2011. If you knew, you knew. I had these books on digital in 2011. The Claiming of Sleeping Beauty. Now, this is where it gets intense, guys. So if you need to step out of the chat, please do it now. In the first chapter of the story, Beauty is awakened from her 100-year sleep by the prince, not with a kiss, but through copulation, initiating her into a Satyricon-like world of sexual adventures. After stripping her naked, he takes her to his kingdom, ruled by his mother, Queen Eleanor, where Beauty is trained as a slave and a plaything. See, this is what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to catalog all of this, because I know about all of this crap. I'm going to try to see if she used the names in these books or similar names for her characters, or any of her play with Nick. I want to see if she used these scenarios in any of her play with Nick, and I won't have that until I see the Facebook stuff. That's what I'm waiting for. Gypsy, when you say I'm not, Bree, when you say I'm not going to learn, it's not going to be what I think it is. It's going to be exactly what I think it is. It's going to be you pulling Nick over and doing all of this shit to sexually overstimulate him so that he is off focus at every moment, and the only thing he sees is you. The only thing that fills his world inside and out is you. And he will do anything to keep you in his life. Anything. Even kill your mother for you. And you played off his dark side. I really want to learn if Gypsy named that Victor and not Nick. So if his dark side even was a vampire when it started, or if his dark side became a vampire after he met Gypsy. The rest of the naked slaves, dozens of them, in the Queen's castle are princes and princesses, set by their royal parents from the surrounding kingdoms as tributes. Now, when you do this little play, the women call themselves kitten and princess. So you see the princess-prince play. In this castle, they spend several years learning to become obedient and submissive sexual property, accepting being spanked and forced to have schmecks with nobles and slaves of both sexes, being publicly displayed and humiliated, and crawling around on their hands and knees like animals until they return to their own lands, being enhanced in wisdom. Don't fucking tell me that Gypsy didn't know anything about this. Your book is a complete lie. It's a complete bullshit. Nick did not know about this stuff. You did. In the castle, Beauty meets another slave, Prince Alexei, with whom she copulates passionately. After that, he tells her about the long, rigorous journey he had in the castle. Alexei previously had been a stubborn prince who fought back all the attempts to break him, until the queen sent him to the kitchen to have him tortured by crude kitchen servants. Alexei received such a savage and merciless punishment there that he began to lose his senses, and after some particularly humiliating training at the hands of a strong stable boy, Alexei became a totally surrendered slave, playing various sexual games at the queen's commands. The moral of Alexei's story notwithstanding, Beauty willfully disobeys, and the book closes with her being sentenced to brutal slavery in the neighboring village while her master weeps. Beauty's Punishment is the second book. The second book starts as Beauty and another naked slave from the castle, Prince Tristan, are sold at auction in the village square. Beauty is purchased by the innkeeper, Mistress Lockley, while Tristan is bought by Nicholas, the Queen's chronicler. At Lockley's inn, Beauty meets the captain of the guard, who forces her to pleasure him and then takes her to a drunken orgy with his soldiers. Tristan is bound and harnessed as a pony with a tail plugged in his rear and made to pull Nicholas's cart while being whipped. When the cart arrives at an orchard, he is ordered to collect apples with his mouth and trained to satisfy other human ponies in the stable. Afterward, Nicholas has Tristan paddled at the public turntable, which devastates the prince and forcibly copulates with him in the bed. The next day, after having made Tristan march through the crowded streets, which included a short but intense meeting with the captain of the guard, Nicholas asks Tristan a series of questions as to what makes a strong highborn prince obey with such complete submission. Tristan answers, after some hesitation, that he loves anyone who punishes him, no matter how crude or lowly they are, and desires the loss of his self amid all the punishments, eventually becoming the punishments himself. Nicholas is moved by the answer, and after a frantic intercourse confesses to him that he is in love with Tristan. Now, This is what the Dawn emails are doing. The sexual character that talks to Nick tells him she's into this shit. She's into the punishment. All right? Are you getting it yet? Are you? Tell me, because otherwise I think I'm fucking wasting my time. All right. Beauty witnesses the harsh punishment of a runaway. I'm sorry, my teeth slip and I've always had it. I can't say run away without thinking. Slave Prince Laurent, he is bound to a wooden cross, and the captain whips him all over his muscular body, and later sees Tristan pulling a cart carrying Laurent in a penitential procession. I don't know what that. Tristan begs Nicholas to be allowed to meet Beauty, and they reunite in Nicholas's house. Beauty and Tristan copulate as Nicholas watches behind a one-way mirror. Suddenly, Arab soldiers raid the village, and several naked slaves, including Beauty, Tristan, and Laurent, are kidnapped. The book closes as they are sent across the sea to serve in the palace of the Sultan. Third book, Beauty's release. The third book begins with the captured slaves' journey on the ship to the Sultan's realm. While being imprisoned in a cage, Laurent contemplates the recent punishments he received as a runaway on a wooden cross, recalling its pain, degradation, and undeniable pleasure. After their arrival at the exotic land of the Sultan, the captured slaves are groomed by a group of young boys, examined by the Lexius, the Sultan's steward. Beauty is taken to the harem and is mounted on the phallus of a bronze statue. She is then greeted by Inanna, one of the Sultan's wives, with whom she copulates, and is shocked to discover that Inanna's clitoris has been surgically removed. Laurent and Tristan are taken to an all-male sadomasochistic orgy, being mounted on a cross and whipped. However, in private, Laurent overpowers Lexius and rapes him. Afterward, Laurent and Tristan are taken to the Sultan, made to perform a mutual fellatio on each other in his presence, and then the Sultan anally copulates with Laurent. Laurent and Tristan retire from the Sultan's bedroom, and when they are beginning to train Lexius as their secret... Hold on a second, I jumped. As their secret slave, a rescue team led by the captain of the guard arrives, and Laurent takes Lexius with him to their ship along with Beauty and Tristan. During the last leg of the voyage, the captain tells Beauty that she is to be released from her servitude because of her parents' demands, and to her great dismay, sent back home to get married. She hysterically protests, but to no avail. Back at the castle, the queen takes Lexius as her slave and sends him to the merciless kitchen servants who trained Prince Alexei earlier in the first book. She then sentences both Laurent and Tristan to the village stable for Laurent's rebelliousness and Tristan's failure to become a good slave. They are made to live and work as ponies, pulling all sorts of carts and drawing plows in the fields during the daytime and having homosexual orgies with other ponies at night. Tristan, as a pony, reunites with his former owner, Nicholas, on a temporary basis. However, Laurent's father unexpectedly dies, and he is summoned back to his own kingdom against his wish to become the new ruler. The book ends as Laurent marries Beauty, saying that they shall live happily ever after, or perhaps a good deal happier than anyone else could ever guess, thus hinting that they will continue the pleasure of dominance and submission with each other. Beauty's Kingdom is the last book. It was released in 2015. 20 years after the events of Beauty's release, Beauty and Laurent take over the throne following the death of Queen Eleanor and strive to continue the sensual surrender legacy of the kingdom, albeit now in a state of voluntary servitude. That means all the slaves are voluntary now. They agree to their own servitude. All right. Where was I? Okay, so are you getting it? Are you getting where all Gypsy's characters come from? Guys, there's a lot of just... this doesn't even touch it. Doesn't even touch it. That's why I told my boys when we got our first computer, I said, look, I don't want to censor you, but, you know, you're going to find shit on the web that you can't unsee. It's not Snow White, Katie. It's Sleeping Beauty. It was the trilogy of Sleeping Beauty. You know, a lot of that. See, you guys, if you go to dark websites, this has been going on for decades, where they take fairy tale characters and they write erotica about them. There are, in mainstream historical romance, there's a lot of this fairy tale where they make romance books with sex scenes based on the fairy tale characters. I'm sure Gypsy's on the web again, Sharon Ann. She's addicted to it. She's doing this online right now, and I'll find you. I'll find you, Gypsy. I will fucking find you. There will be no place on the web you can hide from me, because I know what you do, and I know your shit. Just like in 2015, when the hearings were there, and then in 2016, when I learned about the BDSM play, I stuck on that since 2015, because I know what you were doing to Nick. I know exactly what you were using these characters for. So when Mommy, Dad, and Dearest just briefly touched on, oh yeah, she was in BDSM play, that stopped me in my tracks. And I went, okay, I don't need to know anything else. I don't need to know one damn thing about Gypsy Rose Blanchard. I know exactly what she was doing. I know exactly how she groomed Nick. So I've been stuck on this since 2016, Gypsy. So let's play. No, you can't get into trouble. Well, okay, depending, Sharon, on how you access the site. If you go onto the dark web and you're not using like protection, like virus protection, there's a lot of viruses on the dark web, and they'll hit your phone. There is a program. It's called a keystroke virus. They can put it on your phone. If you open an email, it can be attached to an email. Okay, it can be attached to a text. That's why I tell everybody, do not just follow a link unless you trust the person who sent it to you, because there could be a malware virus in there, and it attaches to your phone or your computer, and it traces every time you type. It gives them that person those keystrokes. Scammers that want to get your bank IDs, they'll use them. Okay, if you have a private detective and you're having an affair and they want to find out if you're talking to your person you're having an affair with, they will attach a keystroke virus to your phones. Okay, see, y'all think that the internet is just this thing, playground, it's just nonsense. No. When you are on the internet, you have no privacy. You are giving the entire world access to you and your life. So unless you're ready for that, don't dabble. And definitely don't go use Tor or go on the dark web and try to find these torrents and shit. Unless you have malware protection, and I mean good malware protection, on your phones and on your computers. Okay, now I missed the chat, so did anyone have any questions about that? Yes, Hannah, the hair, when she cuts her hair and shit. She put that in her story about cutting the hair of the girl. Well, that's what I'm saying, Merrily Jen. I don't recognize you. Welcome. If I don't know a lot of you and you've been here before, please pardon me, because I don't catch all the chat all the time. It's hard for me to see, even with these reading glasses. I'm up to almost the 3 on the reading glasses. I don't know what I'm going to do when I get past that. Okay, yeah, there's mild kink sites, to explore, but once you start to delve into it, all of the intense sites are linked to the mild sites. So you don't know what you're going to fall into if you're just dabbling. Yeah, that's what I'm on now. And they're not working anymore. I'm like doing this all the time. Hi, Miss Karen. Yeah, I know. Because that's my big thing. If I go blind, I'm done. I need to read. I need to read every day. But I am doing a lot of audiobooks and stuff now. And then I have a program that will turn anything into audio. and read it to me. Like, that's why I'm these prison emails, I have my PDF thing reading them to me, and I put my headsets on and listen to them at night. And that's getting creepy because I'm getting into the really nasty ones where she talks about, her anal play, which she's obsessed with, by the way. And did you see the pony play? Gypsy is obsessed with anal play. Yeah. Rapunzel, she uses the Rapunzel because of the trapped in the tower shit, Yeah, but you see where the grape stuff comes from. Now, go over to NPG Cornerstone. They are starting to post Gypsy's other stories that she wrote to Nick. They just posted one the other day. If anybody wants to come up, they can come up now and we can discuss this, or if you want to ask me questions down there. But what I want to see is follow the pattern. Follow the pattern of what, because Gypsy used patterns when she groomed Nick. Gypsy used patterns all the time. So now that we know, now that I have proven through this letter that she wrote to Nick, telling him that Ruby emerged in Gypsy and Ruby used Gypsy's body. That's where Gypsy was telling Nick, these people are real. They live inside of me. They can control Gypsy's body. They can control her body, her mind, her hands. Okay? So Nick believed that. Nick believed Demona was real and she could take Gypsy away from her. Nick believed Ruby was real and could use Gypsy's hand to do these things. Nick did not think that these were separate people living outside of Gypsy with their own bodies. Nick believed they were living inside of Gypsy and can control Gypsy's hand and body. And Gypsy was through Ruby, Gypsy was telling Nick, she emerged inside Gypsy in 2009 when she sent these naked pictures to the men. So that means Ruby and Demona and Candy all existed in 2009, 10, and 11, a year before Nick. But in her book and on the stand, she lied and said these characters were created for Nick. In particular, Kitty, the little girl, was created for Nick's little boy. That's why Gypsy needed Dawn Boker. To go to Nick, entice him, seduce him, get him overwhelmed, tell him she had multiple personalities, and match them to his. Because they were trying to fuck with Nick's appeal. That was the intention of the Dawn emails. Get him enraged. And then they were going to send that to the judge and say, look, he said he'd kill again. You can't release him on, you can't, don't give him an appeal. And since we know that was the intention, okay, since we know that, that's illegal. That's obstruction of justice and has legal ramifications. So who fucking knew about that? Melissa Moore, did you know about that? Because you were putting Fancy and Dawn on Dr. Oz, and you were doing it. You were the producer at the time of the crime segment, true crime segment. So you had to know about the Nick emails because that's what they were going to talk about on Dr. Oz. All right? Gypsy, did you know about the Dawn emails when you mailed Nick the birthday card in May of either 2018 or 2019, according to NPG Cornerstone? Did you know about Dawn? Because you warned Nick about Dawn. You should not have known about Dawn. But you're talking to Ken in the emails about Dawn, calling her his flavor of the month. Fancy, did you know about Dawn? Well, yeah, we know, because you had Dawn sign a contract. Natasha Cooper, did you know about Dawn? Well, yeah, because you're the only one Dawn trusts right now. All right? All of them. I want an explanation of what was going on in 2019 with Nick. And until I get that explanation, I'm going to keep talking about it. That's why you need to handle me. And guess what? Nothing will work. Go give Roger Stone a call. See how that worked out for him. How did I find what out, Bam Bam? I'm getting messages. I don't know what you're asking me about. About the Don Boker stuff? I've been following the Don Boker stuff for about 3 years now. Oh, NPG Cornerstone just posted that. Like a couple posts ago. Guys, you gotta go. Whatever you think about NPG Cornerstone, put it the fuck away. Take it out of your heads. Because Nick is giving them things. So ignore all the bullshit and go to where the resources are, please. Nick is giving them stuff. So go read what they're putting out, okay? That's why this big push to distrust NPG Cornerstone started. It started because they don't want the shit that Nick is saying to go. All of you go, will Nick talk? Is Nick going to talk? He's been talking. He's been giving them videos. He's been giving them Gypsy's old stories. You know, he's been giving that stuff through them. Don't worry, Vox. Don't worry who's good or bad or what their intentions are. Stop with the preconceived notions and go gather the fucking data. That's all I've been doing. I remove myself from any drama. If I see drama, you know what goes on here around this, around Nick, around Gypsy, do you know what goes through my head? I know why that's there. Because they don't want me to. So when I saw NPG Cornerstone being attacked, I went right over to their Twitter account, their TikTok account, anywhere they were online, I looked them up and I just collected everything. Because anytime I'm told that person you can't trust that person, that's where I go. Because there's no reason to tell me I can't trust them unless they don't want me to see what they have. So you guys are going to start seeing a lot of people say that to me, about me. They're going to say that I'm arrogant, egotistical, I don't know what I'm talking about, and you can't trust me. When you see that, consider the source. I want you to understand and follow up on who's telling you that. And then come to me and tell me that you were warned about me. And tell me who did it. And I'll tell you if I have history with that person. That's what happened with the JFK stuff. Hundreds of people were warning David Reese Jones about me. So he just dug into me every day. And he wrote me every day. And I would yell at him and say, I don't want to be a part of your groups. I want to do my shit alone. Leave me alone. I have all these emails where I was just screaming at the poor man. And he just gently kept at me and at me and at me. And finally he said to me, Andrea, he said, I've been doing this for 50 years, and I have never in my life been warned against someone like I'm being warned against you. So something's going on. They do not want you to have access to a website that has reach. They do not want you to put your shit online. They are scared of you. So he made me admin of all of the groups. I legally own them now. And they became digital evidence. And so when Roger Stone started using them in 2013, that's what went to the committees, and that's what went to the lawyers. So that's what I'm doing right now with Gypsy. I'm building a database that will be linked everywhere her name is on the internet. And if anyone ever needs it for legal evidence, it will be there. Well, all I'm saying, guys, is I am what I am. I am what I say I am. I'm giving you what I have. I'm not making a living at this. You see where Gypsy's cousin came on the other day, if any of you saw that. Right away, she had nothing. She had nothing. So she starts attacking my appearance. She starts talking above everybody. You know, to distract and disrupt the thread. That's all she wanted to do, is disrupt the chat. And why? Why the other day did they want to do that? Because I had this GRB evidence on, and GRB evidence is rebuilding the UK site, the murder of Dee Dee Blanchard UK. They're rebuilding that, brought it over here. It's on the web now. And the focus, a big focus of that site, which she did not have before I gave it to her, is the VisionCon stuff. Gypsy knows that VisionCon stuff is going back online. It's going to have a wider audience than it did when it was in the UK. It's going to have a complete wide audience, an American audience now. And she knows that I'm going to attach my database to that. And who that woman born on the bio, whose cousin is she? Christy. Christy has a vested interest in keeping all this shit. Christy has a vested interest in keeping the 2011 shit out of the public eye. Why? Because in 2011, Gypsy sent 10-year-old Mia Dan Glidewell's Facebook account when she was having one of these role-play BDSM relationships with him. Christy knows that. Christy's always known who Dan was, but they faked that it was Fat Mugshot Dan. They had all these content creators thinking it was the wrong Dan. That's why they all need to hide 2011. Start concentrating on 2011 because it debunks and destroys her entire mountain of lies. She wasn't afraid of her mother because she escaped, right? Pew-pewed her mom in the face. Chased her all over the house. Sent the shit to her dad, the account to her dad. Wrote to Christy explaining that, oh, that wasn't Gypsy. That was the neighbor girl, Aaliyah, who dressed Gypsy up as a slut. No, she didn't. All right? Gypsy had sexual agency. She was having sex with these men. Still denies it. Dr. Phil let her deny it. What does Dr. Phil let her do? Nick was the first person I told I could walk. No, Dan Glidewell was the first person who knew you could walk. Actually, I don't believe that. Dan's friends knew you could walk because they called your mother. 2011 destroys her. Destroys her. So they want me off. They don't want me to talk about this anymore. They don't want me to do lives. You really think they want me to do lives every day where I talk about 2011? No, they don't. So when anybody comes to you and says you can't trust Annie, consider the source. I really believe, Bam Bam, that if anybody wants to come up now, they can. I really believe, Bam Bam, that Dee Dee wanted out. I think all this was going on around Dee Dee. They were stealing and selling the prescriptions. They were all kind of doing crime together. They all knew that. I don't believe that. I think Dee Dee had to know about all these videos. Right? Even if let's go by Bree. Dee Dee never let Gypsy out of her sight. She was completely controlled. All right? If Dee Dee never let Gypsy out of her sight, then she knew about all the videos. She knew about the phone Gypsy had. She knew about the computer Gypsy had. She knew about the dressing up. She knew about the naked pictures to the men in 2009. She knew about all of that. Dee Dee was in the way. Was Dee Dee in on the con as far as making her younger so that they could get children's charities and continue to get the medical stuff? Yeah. Because Dee Dee didn't know about the microdeletion until 2011. Okay? So she still needed that medical care for Gypsy. And that's what she was using the con for, not for herself. She didn't have nice clothes and new cars, and look how she aged just from taking care of that bitch. You know, Dee Dee was gorgeous. A lifetime of taking care of Gypsy's ass aged her rapidly. She was not an old woman when she died. Dee Dee wanted out. And they wouldn't let her because they were still profiting from the con. Dee Dee needed her own medical care, and she couldn't get it because if they had nurses come in the house on a regular basis, those nurses would have figured it out. Dee Dee was rapidly approaching the time where her medical condition meant she could not push her around in the chair. She couldn't drive her. I can't drive anymore because I can't see. My son drives me everywhere. I'm like a little old lady. It's horrible. I feel like a burden. So, does anyone want to come up? I would like somebody to come up because I'm going to have to pee in a little bit, and I need somebody to kind of control the talk in the chat. Who wants to come up? Well, Bam Bam, there's no chemistry. For me, it was when they went on that like mini vacation or whatever, and he just drops her on the bed and walks away. I'm like, oh my God. If you guys don't see that, okay. Okay. I know, Sarah. When my sons were young, I worked multiple jobs. I made my own businesses, and my ex-husband made his own businesses. We've lived as artists, like raised our sons as artists, and like I worked 80-hour weeks because I had multiple jobs. I was an insurance agent. I ran marketing on the weekends, and then I had like a craft business. So yeah, when they were younger, I worked like 80-hour weeks. So now my sons take care of me. They don't want me to work. But I'm getting a little bored. I kind of want to do maybe some remote work from home. But that's why I have the time to do all of this. In wintertime, I'll have more time because I literally hibernate and stay in my house. I'll be on this couch all winter. So I can do daytime lives and nighttime lives. And I'll slowly build the database. And then what you guys can do, this is Gorilla. Oh, there you are. Okay. You there?
Hey,
Hi.
yeah. Oh, hush, dog. Look, my dog. I woke the dog up.
That's
Yes.
okay. This is all this tonight is inspired by Hannah because I hadn't been over to this DeviantArt site in probably 2 years, and she reminded me of it. So I went, oh, let me go back and see, and I couldn't get in, so I had to redo my Red Garters account. And when I found it, I was like, oh my God, she's doing the Anne Rice shit. She's.
If
So
she
it
just
just
would go ahead
go.
and admit that she is that girl, she'd be better off. Look, she could be herself.
Hmm.
She could get paid for doing the kinky stuff she likes.
Yeah, she can have an OnlyFans.
Uh-huh. I
Yeah.
said that. I said that's gonna be her next goal, but I don't think she don't have the confidence to do it. She too busy trying to take folks out that she feels threatened by, which was Dee Dee.
Hmm. Yeah.
And I said,
I just want to answer Diamond. If you're talking about the prison emails, Diamond, go over to Into the Weeds. They're on TikTok and they're on YouTube. They have a link to the emails that you can download, but they're reading them all. Okay, go ahead, Hannah. Mhm.
look, look, my dog is cutting up. Hold on.
Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of people, Diamond, that are reading the emails on TikTok and on YouTube.
Yeah. But I bet you they're not looking at this uh site. Did she put love R word under your head or over there? It says love R.
Yeah, let me go see. Let me go see what that fallen age. Let me go see. Let me check my because you. I don't know if you can see the whole image on
Right.
there. Hang on a second. Check my other phone.
She wears leather.
Look at that. Look at that jacket she's wearing. Now go look at the picture of Ruby.
See, that's why I was wondering. I can't remember. Which one likes leather? I
Uh,
think
you mean
they're.
which of her characters with Nick? That was Ruby.
Hmm.
And that jacket she's wearing looks just like that jacket right there.
Well, no, what I was looking at with this drawing, I put in the chat. Do y'all remember when Gypsy, um, she put? You remember that AI picture she released of a little girl, but the little girl had boobs.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Hmm. That's where she gets that from.
So
My dog is afraid of his shadow, y'all. I
Yeah.
turned on the flashlight so I could see to walk into the bathroom, and he's barking at his own shadow. Poor thing.
Yeah, that picture is cut. I don't know if she's cut it, and that says something else. It said the only thing it says here is "Love R Fallen Angel,"
Right.
so that could be R for Ruby.
No, I think that's R for grape.
No.
She uses grape
Oh, wait
as
a
a
minute. It
key.
says it does say loves, Lovesr. Wait a minute, unless she's meaning because it.
R
Well, there's a character called Raphael.
word. But
So
I would think she would have spelled it out.
see, wears leather, loves R. Could be. Could be.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yep. And you see, she cut that hair. I told y'all, y'all owe me ice cream because I told y'all she cuts her hair. She is the one doing the haircut. You know, everybody's like, oh, she said Dee did it. No, Gypsy did that. And she's doing it again. And
Okay.
she's using it as a form of
Hey,
humiliation. You know, hey,
yep.
by you, when
Okay,
she,
so
go ahead.
the clothes right here and the clothes out in the shed is just a mixture of all the clothes, like my stuff, because half of what you gave her looks like it fits me.
No, half
By
of
you, I don't
the
think she
clothes I
knows she's
don't,
up here.
and the clothes out
Oh,
in
Bio, do you
Yeah,
know
she,
you're up here? Okay, I'll
uh-uh.
disconnect her.
I
I'll
don't know where.
disconnect her. Okay.
Yeah,
You talk.
she didn't know she was up here.
Yeah.
Um,
Okay.
what was I
I
about
thought
to
she was
say?
talking
Oh,
about the clothes Gypsy
me
wears.
too. Me too. Oh, I was about to say about her hair. And you see how she came out with that crazy ass story of she kept saying how damaged the hair was until she
Hmm.
finally got it where she shaved it off. I believe she's bald under that.
I do too, because of the way the wig is fitting.
Yep. It's
Hmm.
attaching to her cone head up there. And she yeah, I believe that was because the story it didn't even sound like it's like what? Damage from you damaged it, but you went from hair almost down to your butt to all the way up. You
Yeah,
start
because
looking like Dora.
remember in prison, the Dr. Phil interview, look how long her hair was.
Yeah, I don't think
And
she could be who she
yeah.
wanted to be in prison. She didn't
Hmm.
have the tools that she needed because when she sounded really crazy when she said she cut it off with a clipper of toe clip.
Yeah.
What
Uh-huh.
what kind of toe clippers cut hair?
Yeah.
You barely could cut your. They don't give you the real sharp ones. They cost a lot.
No.
She didn't have access to that. But Dee Dee ain't had nothing to do with her hair, and she was doing that as a small child. Dee Dee was, you know what it was? I believe Dee Dee kept putting it short because she kept cutting it, and she kept fixing it until she couldn't fix it no more.
Hmm.
That's why she kept a short haircut because she's been doing that to her hair for a long time.
Yeah, I have a lot of wigs, and I'm going to start dressing up and putting makeup on again and wearing wigs. But I have my hair's about that long under this, and I still can't wear the wigs properly, and I
Right.
cannot stand the wig caps. You know,
Yeah,
so
I don't like
yeah,
them either. I could
yeah,
I always had a fear that somebody was gonna take it off, so I was like, yeah, I can't do that.
yeah. I
It's gonna be the
believe
day I
that
don't comb my
because they're
hair.
like they try to say that Dee Dee kept her head shaved. No, Gypsy kept her
Mm-mm.
head shaved to wear those wigs.
Yeah, that was Gypsy.
Mm-hmm.
And so for her to keep putting it on Dee Dee, y'all need to start saying in the chat, no, you did that. And it's a part, tell her that it's a part of that self-harming behaviors and you need to stop. We need to tell her what her friends won't tell her. We need to
No,
be the ones to
I don't
tell her the
care if she
truth.
shaves her head. I want her
Right.
to fall, and I want her to fall so far and so hard that she can't get back on the internet.
Well, her friends want the same thing for her, but they're not wanting her to be off the internet. They're jealous of her. They want competition.
Well, I'm in no way, shape, or form going to apologize or give Gypsy an excuse. I want her gone.
Right.
And I want the public and everybody in the world to know exactly who she was when she groomed Nick and who she still is. and why she's dangerous.
Yeah, she sure is dangerous. That is definitely because she's the voodoo that she does is with your mind. I promise you, if they study Nick's brain, I'm telling you, it's got a hole in it. Ryan's too.
Well, look at the difference between the Dr. Phil interview. Her hair's nice and curled and wavy. And then when she got out of prison, her hair's like stringy and she's heavier and she's with Ryan. Ken wouldn't have, no guy, she wouldn't have attracted a guy when she just got out of prison. And then she
Right.
lost the weight and, started growing the hair a little bit. Then she kept chopping the hair down. She
I
kept,
don't think she's lost the weight. Did you see the Costco picture of her in
yeah,
that brown dress?
true,
I don't.
true.
I don't think she's lost it. I think that's a filter. She's using filter.
Now, can you use these filters on a video? Like if I'm
Yeah.
not, oh, so, and it'll filter my whole body?
Yeah. Look, did you see the picture I posted with the thing? That's
Yeah.
not me. That's
Oh,
all I
that's
told it.
you. Yeah, no,
All I told it to
you're
do was
gorgeous in that filter.
thank you. It's a filter though, and if I can
Oh,
do it, I know she can too.
oh,
Cause that's
okay.
where. Uh huh.
See, I'm
It's a
gonna start
prompt.
playing around with. Because they keep making fun of my face, so I'm gonna start playing around with filters.
Well, there's groups on Facebook that it's like I put in AI for beginners, and they already put the prompt in. So you copy and paste the prompt, and then you take out and put in what you need for it to change. And I do it on Gemini. And if her friend Bree uses Gemini, I'm pretty sure she uses
Ah,
it Gemini too. It's free. It's Google. That's Google's AI.
mm.
Yeah, because you don't have any wrinkles. So look, your skin is flawless. You do not have anything trying to bite you on your face. Nothing, none of that.
Hmm.
But yeah, she
Well, I hate this here now, but that's from not having any teeth in it. I recently had my bottom pulled, so these all appeared. I
are
cannot
they
stand
called
my
laugh
chin.
lines?
Hmm.
Are they called
Yeah.
laugh lines?
Yeah.
Okay, I got laugh
But
lines too. I didn't touch my
and
laugh line.
my turkey neck. I never had that
What
turkey
you
neck.
know what? What is that thing they told us? Is what is it? Grasha? That that grasha? I
Yeah.
use that on my fat net.
Yeah.
I push it back.
I bought one of those things. It's like a vibrator, and you go like
Uh,
this. Yeah.
no, you just got to push the you I like take my two fingers and I push my neck down because it's so funny. My mom has used Noxzema all her
Yeah.
life,
Yeah.
and she's
Yeah.
84, but she never pushed it to her neck. So when I finally
Ah.
saw a wrinkle on her neck, I'm like, "Oh my God, you're getting old." It made me cry because I hadn't seen. I was like, "Oh my God." That's how you could tell her age by that wrinkle on her neck because it's like her
Hmm.
face is smooth like mine. I'm like, how did she do that? That's that
Yeah.
Noxzema every day.
Yeah. I like my eyes because my eyes will tell you the truth, and
Mm-hmm.
my boobs are still where they were standing when I was 19 for some reason. I don't know why.
Yeah, you've been blessed because Gypsy
Yeah.
don't even have that going on.
Yeah.
Yep.
At
She don't have
38,
it.
double D, Gypsy.
Right. With her talking about she wear a two. No, she does not. And if y'all fall for that, y'all she does not wear a two. She wears a 12.
Yeah.
She wears a 12. Put the one where it belongs. She does
She might
not wear a
have
two.
she might have little feet.
Yeah, she does. That she can't change that one. That one I ain't even gonna
Hmm.
take from her because she looked funny.
And
4'11" with a
yeah,
big foot.
remember when when she was paroled and she went with Ryan right away to the shoe store and she's like, I don't know what shoe size. Bullshit, you don't know what shoe size you are. I'm so
She
sick
knew.
of this girl. I don't know how old I am. I don't know my shoe size.
Yeah,
I don't know
she knew
anything
what size
about,
she wore.
I don't know anything about this fetish slave stuff, but hang on, here I am over here in 2011
And
in the
see what
deviant art site.
she's lying to them. She traps them with that kinky stuff. She
Hmm.
trapped Ken with that because remember she said my something chocolate Hershey pie with something she said. Yeah,
Uh-huh.
she trapped him with that stuff. She was telling them all kinds of stuff that she could do, flipping it up and turning it around. And then when he got out of jail, she don't do none of that. She don't have the confidence to do it.
Yeah.
She does it on paper. Cause all we ain't seen her toss up nothing yet.
She entices them with sexual play that's taboo,
Mm-hmm.
you know.
Yep.
And what's more taboo for most
Yep.
women than anal play?
That's why I was like,
And
when they were trying to expose Ken for being bi, she don't
mhm,
care.
no.
She would prefer it.
And look what's in the Anne Rice stuff, all the pony
Yep.
play. That's And what did she say? She's to Nick. She says it in the text. Can we have,
Uh
soft,
huh.
wet anal?
And because that's her thing. That's why I
Mm-hmm.
said she. I'm sorry, but she tortured Dee Dee and she raped her. It's a fantasy that she cannot make come true without violating somebody. So
Uh-huh.
who's more to violate than her mama?
Mm-hmm.
She did that because maybe that's why she said, "Look, Gypsy, don't hurt me."
And that's where, that's why I never believed. Well, Nick says it in his interrogation when she asks, "Did you touch her in any way sexually? Did you grape her?" He says no. He's like, "I'm not into necrophilia."
Oh,
Just like he says in the interrogation when she asks, "Would you do this again? Would you do this?" No, I would never do this for anybody but Gypsy. So
see,
when she talks now about this murderous ideation, Nick was sitting there wanting to do this. No,
right.
he
He
even
was
says in
wanting
the
to
text,
please her.
yeah, he even says to her, "I can't do me, Nick. I can't do this. You can ask my dark side, me, Nick." So here's what I'm trying to prove. I'm trying to prove she was in Second Life. I know she was in all of this Fet Life, all of these. I'm to try to pinpoint what exactly spaces she was. Now that I know she was in this House Eros playing that online game, that gives me, I can spring off from there. Because, now I was never in House Eros, but I was in similar chat kind of groups. And this House Eros back then, it was linked to the original like chat roulette. If you
Uh-huh.
That's where we would go into that program and you like spin a wheel and a video would pop up, usually of someone's, usually men, you know pleasuring themselves, and that people were all in that. It was disgusting. Chat roulette was disgusting and it fell away, but then Omegle started, and this House Eros, a lot of those people used Omegle. So it's not surprising to me when I saw Ken and her on the OME site has turned into just
Uh-huh.
teens now. Okay. And especially when I saw him doing that.
Yep. It was a letting them know what he would
Yeah.
and would not do.
And Bree tries to say his shoulder was sore. No.
Right.
Gypsy that did this, the open finger wave. And that open finger wave is a thing that swingers use when they're in public to identify themselves to another couple that they want to play with. All right? It's the
See.
open finger wave. This means, are you compliant? Will you obey? And can I basically do anything I fucking want with you? That's what that means. That's a master slave thing. All right. If a master slave relationship is in public, he doesn't walk, unless they're in their play place, they don't walk around with dog collars and shit. All right.
Nope.
They have hand signals that they use. If the slave is misbehaving, the master will throw a hand signal to tell that slave, cut it out, to tell them to come, to tell them to do whatever they want them to do, to tell them to go over to that person and do whatever.
Whereas you think she's gonna get caught up in fraud, I think she's gonna get caught up in PDO. She gonna be them pick the wrong one and they gonna come out and like that man bust out and he would come out of the hotel and he would knock on the door and be like, "We got you on tape." I think
Mhm.
that's what she's gonna get caught up in
Right.
because she's too bold and brazen with it. Because we all saw that, and that means they're doing it on an international level. They don't want just no. They don't want just little people around here. They want to put it over the internet. She wants to
Mhm.
do it at a mass schedule at a scale. That's
But
what it
here's the
looks like
thing.
to me.
At this point, they're not going to be able to hide
Nope.
because too many
I
people know what they're doing.
I think they think that they're going to turn us all into that for them. They think we're going to bow. She thinks she's a queen,
Mm.
and she thinks that we're going to bow down. They really think that they're going to change all of us one person at a time. Like they could
No,
go on for years.
you know, nothing is working for her right now, Hannah. Nothing. Everything's blowing back in her face. Nothing's working.
I
And
think she's just like,
if we build this database and then we do guerrilla marketing, once we build this and once I connect it to all of the other sites doing good work, all of the other websites that explain her and expose her, then all of us, there's hundreds of us now. All right. All of us, even with just, I've got 80 people in this chat right now. If all 80 of these people take that website we're building and attach it to her name everywhere it's online. Every media site that said Dee Dee had Munchausen, go to their comments section and link this.
right.
Anywhere Gypsy Rose is mentioned on it, search her name. Anywhere her name is mentioned online, you link this site. You link this, it's a public resource. You link it. The people will come. If you build it, they will come.
But I just
Once the public understands that she lied and deceived them to get their empathy, the public will take care of Gypsy Rose. We won't have to do a damn thing.
oh, Bam Bam saying, "Oh, gee, yeah, come on up."
Yeah, everybody can come up now. I'm gonna go get a drink and go to the bathroom. Hannah's gonna run the chat. I think I have it set so they can just come up.
Yeah, I think so. I think it was.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I'm gonna go grab a drink. Let's see, it's 10:30. Think I have 2 more hours on this phone, guys.
Gotcha.
So, okay.
Now y'all see how this website was hidden right in front of our face? It's been out there. How we found out about this website was through Gemini is the free one. The free AI is on Gemini, and the groups that you go to edit your pictures, to use the prompts. I went to AI for beginners on Facebook. You're welcome. Matter of fact, the picture in the picture right here that shrunk, that's my whole body. I did that one too. It came from there too. Yes, Gypsy did draw that picture. And there, y'all, there is a picture on that website of a dog. So where she was like her mama tied her to the bed for 2 weeks. She did have a dog, but these kind of people hurt animals. So because you see what she did with the dog she left, the dog mom, when she was a dog mama, she's like, "Oh, I don't want this." Gypsy reminds me of a child. Remember the child in Willy Wonka? What's her name? Veruca, that wanted that gum, and she's like, "I want it, I want it, I want it now." And then she turned into a big blueberry. That's who Gypsy reminds me of. Those are tantrums she be having. Right, right. It is funny that she named it that. If you look at remember when Gypsy had on that leather thing and she had that dog, well, a choker on? Melissa Moore, if you go on her page, on her Instagram has on the same type of dress. And remember when they said that Gypsy was letting Ken, they were around some train tracks and she was letting Ken drag her around on a leash. I believe that was true because if you go on this website, there is a picture of a girl sitting in a man's lap and she has a choker on, and I forgot, I don't know if it says will you save me or something, but she's all into all that stuff. And it's not, well, I think she did change some of it. Because it was easy to go to. And now I don't know how Annie was able to pull this stuff up, but she has it. I think she's hidden it. But what I was looking at, there is a man in the comments under there. And that was somebody she was talking to.
Oh yeah, hang on. Let me see if I can pull that up.
You love chokers. Well, apparently Gypsy does too.
Now you
Hey, Ann.
okay? Because if you
It's
go
called.
into the site where it says posts, that's where she posted like her introduction. I'm not seeing any comments on any of her original posts. Let me see. Let me see if I can get to her watchers. Yeah, the site has her DeviantArt hasn't had any. You go home and it's like she has her list self-listed as an artist, a hobbyist, and then varied. It says it's December 26th is her birthday. She identifies as she, her. She's been on DeviantArt for 13 years. She's in the United States. Let's see. She has one badge. She has 4 given, 3 received. She has a llama badge, maybe received
What's
multiple
that?
times. These badges are, like when you like something on thing. Okay, this tiger kitty gave her the first llama. I don't know if this means she. Oh, those are goals. Like, I guess TikTok has these goals or whatever we're
Hmm.
supposed to reach. Well, they have this on there. I don't know really how the site. I would go on DeviantArt because I like the art, and I would collect some of it and use it like as an avatar. Uh, Before we had the moving avatars, the actual person, like now, oh my goodness, it's role play. You can actually be like a computerized person. That's what
Right.
Second Life was so cool, because you were walking around like Sims, like the Sims game. You were walking around and you controlled your person, and you can go, like I'd go dance in the discotheque, and my avatar danced as goofy as I dance in real life. So, but I mean, these games were fun, like Vampire Masquerade, Bloodlines. That was fun. We go and we would all in a group walk around the city or whatever, look for victims. There was a whole subsect of people that would give themselves to the vampires to feed the vampires.
Oh.
Just like, in the True Blood, and Gypsy was into that. True Blood. She had all the videos. In that series, there are people that allow the vampires to feed off of them.
Hmm.
That's why she was reading Anne Rice's Interview with a Vampire back then, and that's how she was reading the. Now, how I learned she was reading the Anne Rice books is because that's in the prison emails, and I don't believe that she just discovered Anne Rice, beauty books after she went to prison. No, she knew about those back then.
So she went in that prison and taught some inmates probably some bad stuff
Hmm.
because she likes to teach. But it's so weird that now it's coming out that her hygiene was poor in prison. It don't match. I guess what is that? Because how's your hygiene so poor, but you swear you are God, you are God. So how does that match up? What's up? That's a mental break. Something's wrong.
Well, a lot of these people that play these games online, they're shut-ins. A lot of
Yeah,
them, okay, a lot of the trolls, they're incels. You know, they don't have relationships with women. They live in their mommy's basements. They do not bathe. They spend their life online and not in social situations where people are saying, "Hey, you smell," you know?
that's crazy. Because now that she is the queen or whatever she thinks she is, what is she doing now? Why is she having those problems now? Because now I can think of all the times. Oh, I had a bubble bath. Like, girl, you a mama that just got you just had a child. Who gets time to sit down in the bathtub with a infant? Nobody. That's why it's like that. Now
When,
she makes it a purpose to
yeah,
tell us that.
you know, my kids, especially now, I had a lot of help with my first one because my George was the first grandchild. I never been the day I brought him home from the hospital. My mother came and took him, and she handed me a breast pump because I was breastfeeding. Hands me a breast pump, and she said, "Here, just pump." And she took him the whole day. You know, she just doted on him. I never had to do a damn thing. Now, when Ben came along, he wouldn't go to anyone. He would not breastfeed. Well, I might not have been making milk at that time. I was very depleted. But you know, he was mine. He was my full responsibility, and I swear to God, I had no time to shower or bathe for months.
Right.
Hmm.
And she just, oh, I took a bubble bath and blah blah blah. No, you didn't. And now what's coming out you smell. So that means you lying about that. In her head, I think she thinks she's doing these things. She thinks she's mama like a motherfucker in her head, but she's not.
No, you know, and she's reverting. I think she's reverting back to her old habits, and
Yeah,
that's the reaction, you know, that you see. And Ken, you can see that he's just like repulsed by her, and
yeah.
part of that is probably because she smells.
And see, he probably don't even know how to say it except to just flat out embarrass her like he did at that table. He has
Yeah.
a short, like, you're right, he's repulsed by her. You could tell his a short fuse with her.
Hmm.
It ain't too much she could say to him without him rolling them eyes.
Well, now, Mariah, I see. I love baths. I've always loved soaking in a tub. I shower first, loofah everything off, and then I make my bubble bath. My bathing now is like a 4 hour thing.
Exactly. But when you had
Yeah.
children running around, you lucky you can get that 10 minute. You have to hit them spots and get out. Cause look, I'll never forget the day my son was in one of those like rock and play things and from Fisher Price, and I damn walked in the I had it by the sofa, and I'll be damned if his ass went on the sofa. I was like, oh hell no, you got to be buckled in now. Yeah, I didn't have time. And then when he got old enough, like at 6 months or maybe 7 months, he bathed with me. We took a shower together in the morning. Like I didn't have free time. So I don't know.
Now, like both of my kids, I would carry them everywhere. Like I had those little seat thingy.
Uh-huh.
And well, my first one had like rocking chairs that had music in them. My mother got everything, you know, playpen, strollers. You know, Ben, my second one, you know, like the chair. I would put it on the table. I would set it on the floor next to me, you know, or he was always just with me. He would be strapped to me. I had those baby carriers. He was
Right.
strapped to me all the time.
Yeah, baby boys are clingy.
Hmm.
Look, as I'm sitting here, I got a king size bed. Now I'm not, y'all. I got a listener over here, but on the other side, because we co-sleep. My mama did it with me, her mama did it with her, and
Mm-hmm.
it's a family thing we all do, but it needs to be broken up. But look, I'd rather him be in here. I know he ain't touching something that he could get hurt, or he ain't on nobody's internet looking at nothing he ain't got no business.
Mm-hmm.
So for that, I let him be a little boy as long as he want to be. But
Yeah.
Gypsy's not doing none of that. She puts that baby on that monitor. They should have never bought her a monitor, because if they wouldn't have bought that monitor, she uses that monitor as a parent. She's one of them ones that she's parenting through the monitor. If the baby ain't crying, she's in that crib. She is in that crib, in that room.
You know, I never understood why she didn't just get one of those like backpack things that strap to you and keep the baby right with her. We wouldn't be able to see that baby's face because they have with hot.
She don't
Yeah.
want nobody touching her like that. The way she did that dog is how she does that baby. The way she abandoned that dog, and you claim you loved it so much, that was your first child. Look, it took me 46 years to be a dog mama. And where is he at? On the other end of the bed. All of them in here. Like, no, that just let me know right then. I was like, yeah, she ain't gonna do so well at that, because these
Mm-mm.
are your babies. They're your fur babies. And she's like, oh, he loves Ryan more. Did he tell you that? You don't want to be bothered with it. You throw away toys once you break them. That's what she does. Just leaving a path of broken toys.
And do you remember how she was when they talked about getting a dog? And all
Yeah,
Ryan said was, you know, a dog's a big responsibility. Are we ready for that? As a
right.
couple, you discuss shit like a dog because dogs shit all over the house. You
Yes,
know,
they do.
are we ready for this? He wasn't saying, are we ready for this? You just got out, you know?
Right.
And what does she do? You're treating me just like my mother. Da, da, da. And the big baby. And then not a month fucking later, she's leaving that dog. Oh, he liked Ryan better. No, you
Right.
never wanted it.
That's right. And you know why she wanted the dog? Because Nick trains them. He trains dogs in prison, and they told her she couldn't be one because of what her crime was, which I don't get, because they let Nick be one. But they turned her down for the program. So when she got out, she made sure she got a
Yeah.
dog.
No, they do let murderers have dogs. Uh, okay, I forget the name of the girl, but there were four girls and they murdered this other girl and burned her body. It's an older case.
Uh-huh.
Those girls train dogs in prison because
Oh,
they were trying to get
wow.
rid. Yeah, that you are allowed if your crime is murder, but they did not give Gypsy a dog because they knew Gypsy's history of abusing animals.
Oh, see, that's why
Hmm.
I was telling them when you were gone that there's a picture of a dog on that page. Now, where that dog is, I don't know.
Hmm. There,
But
straight up is yes, and she has animal abuse in her history.
I see all of that should have been. I want to see the psychosexual, because she has one because of her crime dealing with smacks and over the internet. They've done one because they want to see, they could tell if she's going to reoffend. It gets down to the where it'll even tell her if she's a pedo or not. It really you could try to outsmart the test, but you can't.
Okay,
It'll
get me the exact title of what that report would be.
It's called a psychosexual.
Just a psychosexual.
There's a Yeah,
Uh, okay.
just a psychosexual. Because I know they have it. They have to, because of the crime that she did.
See, I don't know if that would be in the official like reports or if that would be in her prison shit.
That would be in her prison stuff, because
Okay.
they didn't really do nothing in her case. They didn't investigate it like they should have. So they would be in her prison stuff. It would be that in the discipline. There is a leveling system that they do in the prison. They'll do that psychosexual, and they'll do a psychological on her. So they have all that stuff. We just haven't seen it.
Yeah, Mott Haven is saying some states might consider that HIPAA.
It
So
is. But
I
we
don't know
need
if
it.
that would be available through a FOIA.
A psychosexual shows will let you know how deviant you are and how likely you are to reoffend if your offense has something to do with sex in it. That's what a
Considering
psychosexual is.
considering the emails while she was in prison, they would have had to have done that because she got in trouble for doing the same kind of stuff that she wasn't supposed to be doing in the prison while through emails.
Right?
So
Yeah,
they would
hey,
have had
what
to do that to her.
guys, what about her accusing that one ex-prisoner of raping her? And then, what happened with that?
Right.
She accused another girl in prison of raping her. And then
And then
she
she backed out.
backtracked.
Yep.
So did they do any discipline for her doing that?
I don't know.
Because they said that she was a tattletale in there.
Yep.
Uh,
That's what she was in there doing, telling on people. Because she almost got a guard fired too.
Yep.
okay, I didn't know about that. What is that?
She said that, I think, didn't they say she said he did something inappropriate?
I think
Something.
so, if I remember
Yep.
correctly. Yeah.
She
I'll
sure
check.
did.
I'll go over and check GRB Snark for that. I'm sure something's posted about that.
Audrey is a good one to ask.
Okay. Yes,
Did
and me
somebody
too. I can't believe she didn't get beat up daily in prison. I really can't.
No, you know why? Because she talked big shit. She had them folks scared that if they do something to her, that it's gonna do something to them. She talks big shit. And the people she hung around were people that nobody wanted to be around, which were the PDOs.
Mm-hmm.
That's how she kept from a lot of stuff.
Yeah, I know, Anne. I wish I knew who everybody that was requesting the FOIAs because I want to support them and, keep attention on them.
Yeah, Audrey is requesting the 4 years.
Okay.
The data said that the guards thought she was a victim, so they kind of protect her.
Hmm. See, that's
But
another
that
thing. I would want to cultivate these girls that were in prison with her and maybe have them up.
I don't know if Nadatha will anymore.
Hmm.
She used
right.
to, but I don't know if she will anymore.
Yeah,
I
I,
don't
I
know.
thought I saw that she was moving away from it.
Yeah, she did. She moved all the way away from it.
And see, the guards, wouldn't they be? Well, they would still be there. Or the ones around her would they have already retired? No, because you can get 20 to 30 years at being a guard.
Hmm. So,
I'm surprised. Is anybody saying that she had roommates?
and she had roommates in
When
prison.
she was in prison, yes.
She did. Okay, because sometimes they'll put sexual offenders by themselves, but maybe that's the juvenile.
Yeah.
Like I know we had a high level one, and he couldn't be in the room by himself, and he could not be with the other kids. Like if it was time to like for them to shower or see anything, he couldn't be in there. His stuff had to always be done separate after everybody else had done theirs. But then when we took him out to the skating ring, he was assaulting people in the bathroom.
Oh,
All
wow.
the people who he couldn't get to during the week, he got them in the bathroom, and they're willing participants. So you can't say it was him being the aggressor. It was all of them. They all, when you work with kids like that, they all act out. That's what they're used to because a lot of them kids have been abused. So when they get in there, you do what they want to do, and use what they know.
Well, also, since she took the plea deal, guys, none of that shit you know, her medical stuff wasn't in the files. Her all this sexual stuff that she did with Nick, the character, none of that was in her material because
Right.
she never went to court. So it was never, none of it was ever legally in any kind of record. None of this was in any kind of legal record until Nick went to trial.
Right.
And like
She used to
all of
be
the character
level.
stuff was not in the legal record. I mean, a little bit of it with her testimony, but all of the background on it and how she used it to groom Nick wasn't until his appeal years later.
Right.
So when she was in prison, nobody knew anything about this shit.
Nope. Unless she was telling it to be a badass.
Could
Well, it
have.
looked like she was just keeping up shit from the computer. She had a lot of time to email a lot of people,
Mm-hmm.
but
But
it
that,
just showed you.
yeah, none of that, like some of the other prisoners knew that she was writing to these guys and stuff because Gypsy traded some of these men off, that she was writing to. She gave
Uh-huh.
that, if she was done with them or didn't want them, she gave them to another prisoner. And that's what they do. They trade their pay pigs. So, the prisoners knew what she was doing and scamming and
Right.
everything like that. But we didn't, mass media, mass public, the only thing we knew is from Mommy, Dad, and Dearest. And like I said, it's the briefest part in there where they show that picture of her licking the knife. And there's just like a sentence mentioned. And she was doing BDSM role play online. Now to the mass audience out there, you guys, that would have just slipped over you. You wouldn't have even noticed it. All right. I noticed it. That's the first thing I noticed in Mommy, Dad, and Dearest time. Went, okay, end of story. End of fucking story. Because if that girl was doing BDSM play, she had to prove her age in some kind of, fetish online because they can't just let you in. You don't knock on the door of a fetish site and go, hi, I
Right.
wear garters and, blah, blah. No. You have to prove your age. You have to prove who you are. Now, they don't bandy it about, but they have to have that. So that if you're doing anything illegal on their website, they're legally liable.
Right.
So they have that to turn you right on over to the FBI.
Yeah. And that's why I think that when he asked, what do we tell these people? We made her our effing mascot. I think
Hmm.
that was a scene that they were all working, something with a train or something. The Jedi strikes again. She was a pink Jedi.
Yeah. Well, I don't believe, Hannah, that all those guys in the squadron are dirty or, PDF files. I believe that David Blanchard was pimping her out, but
Yeah,
not
that's what
to
I
those
think too.
guys. He was pimping her out to the guy and the guys. One of the next shows I'll do is on VisionCon and show all the background of that fetish community that was originally linked to VisionCon. Before it became like family thing. Uh, but yeah, there are all kind of people that we've never seen that are in the background of this. That's what That's where Gypsy was. Okay, 2009-10 when she's found in the hotel room with the guy at VisionCon. How did she just wander off from her mom? She's in a
Right.
wheelchair. Everybody thinks she's, at that time they thought she was 13 years old. Okay, disabled, paralyzed in a wheelchair. So Gypsy just wheels off backstage into these hotel rooms, disappears. Dee Dee's frantic, running all over the place trying to find her. Okay. She has other people trying to find because Dee Dee made Gypsy apologize to the people that were looking for her.
Right.
So she's found in this hotel room, in bed, getting ready to get down with this man. So nobody questioned how did that happen? How did
How
you
do you
meet
not
this
see a big
person?
ass wheelchair?
Hmm.
She didn't take. She ditched that chair.
You know what?
So that means she had to change clothes or walk. How did she? How did she ditch
Well,
that chair?
no, she didn't ditch the chair. You mean at VisionCon? She didn't
Yeah.
ditch the chair. She was backstage in the chair with the pink party wig. Hi, it's my pink party wig. Hi, Batman. And that's in the
But when
film
it was
just
time to go run around with that man, how did she get away? You don't a motorized chair. You don't see that going up the hall.
and how'd she get away from Dee Dee if Dee Dee controlled her every move and never let her out of her sight?
Well, that she must got some turbo on that wheelchair. I ever known she went up to the straight up blowed minds. She went up to the room, but how I just don't see. Dee Dee must have went to her room, and then Gypsy must have said she was going to her room. Something went wrong because how did she get away?
Okay, see, you're going from the basis that, that Bree says Dee Dee controlled her. Dee Dee didn't control her in 2009 and 2010. Dee Dee didn't control her. Dee Dee knew she was 17 years old. Actually, 18. She knew she was 18. She knew she was of age. She knew that Gypsy was acting out sexually. All right. These men had to have told Dee Dee about the naked pictures because it could have sent them to prison. All right. So here's what these men that were like, if it was the men in the squadron, here's what, happened. These men went, hey, this slow girl, that's 13 years old is sending me naked pictures unsolicited. I need to protect myself or I'm going to jail.
Right.
If this is reported and somebody finds these pictures on my phone, they're going to think I asked her for them. All right. And there's not going to be any questions. I'm going to jail. My family's done. All right. So these men protected themselves. They reported it to someone. Did they report it to police? I don't know. They might have been scared to, but they would have reported it to David fucking Blanchard, who was running VisionCon. They would have gone to him and said, hey, I got these naked pictures of Gypsy Rose. Everybody knew who she was. And they thought she was 13 years old. What do I do, David? What do I do? They would have alerted Dee Dee and said, hey, Gypsy's, because here's what they would have thought. They thought she was 13. They assumed she's going through puberty, but she's mentally slow. So she's acting out sexually. So they would have alerted Dee Dee and said, we don't want to embarrass you, but, this is what she's doing. You might want to pay attention to this. They would have legally protected themselves by reporting it to David Blanchard so that if it ever came back to them and they had to get a lawyer, that they would have been able to say, I reported this. I did not ask her for this. I had no contact with her. I stopped it and deleted it, kept this for a record. I reported it to David Blanchard. What he did about it or didn't do about it is not my fault. I legally protected myself by reporting it to who I thought I should.
That's crazy.
So that's what I'm saying, guys. 2009, 10, and 11 destroys everything about Gypsy. Destroys her bullshit. That's why I'll never stop talking about it. Every day I'm online, every day I'm on here, I'm going to mention 2011. I'm going to shove it back up her ass.
Right. Because it's probably a year she don't want to remember.
Oh, she remembers. That girl knows everything she did. She knows everything that's in that Facebook shit. That's why they're pre-disastering it. Gypsy is getting ahead of what's coming. She knows what's coming. That's why Bree said, you'll all see. There's nothing in that Facebook stuff. You'll see that it's not what you think it is. Yes, it is. It's exactly what I think it is.
They gaslight so bad, they're gonna be like, you I don't see what you saw. They're gonna make that, that's why I do not talk to them. Because they aren't there for listening. They're there with understanding. They're there to rebuttal and attack and to harass and to distract. That's what they're listening for. They're trying to see what they can play on with what you say. So I was always taught you don't get in the ring with a fool because you'll never win.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Nobody's watching them anymore Back when they were doing the Billboard drama and all that shit, everybody was watching Brie and them, the response and the back and forth. Nobody's paying attention to it anymore. So they don't have the audience eyes. They need the
Right.
audience's eyes. They don't care about any of us over here. They really don't. But they care about the public opinion, and they care how we are educating the public. That's what
Right.
they need to control and handle, and they can't. They can't handle me. That's why you don't see them mocking and making fun of me, because they know the minute they do that, they attach my name, JFK Annie, to them, and that will attach to all of this. And so anytime the public searches the name JFK Annie, all of this is going to pop up.
Well, did you when you listen to them talk, it's almost like if you look at them, they start regurgitating stuff that it's not them anymore.
Mm-hmm.
They have been trained. That's not them talking anymore. And we're seeing in real life brainwashing. They are not themselves. Every time they go in to talk about her, it becomes it's something a script that they're reading off. It's almost like a marionette puppet, and Gypsy's got the strings. She knows she's got them trained to where if they will attack.
But
They're like,
it's not working, Hannah. Nothing's working for her.
right, it's not working for her. But she's so delusional. She thinks that she has everything under control, and she has nothing under control. If anything, it's worse. Like she has no. And then when it gets too much, what does she tell us? I don't know karate. Well, what do you need karate for? If you act like a decent human and sit your ass down, we don't need karate either. Like, what are you talking about? That's how not in touch she is with reality. Because nobody's walking around throwing red paint on nobody, and nobody is telling her that she needs to do anything. Nobody's trying to touch her because they think she's a damn demon. I think she's one too, but I'm not trying to figure it out. Like I know research is what keeps us safe. If you figure out what the hell you're looking at, you don't have to worry about what they throw in front of you because you know how to move out the way. And that's why I push y'all better get into this psychology. Y'all better figure out who she is so you'll know how to protect yourself and your kids.
Mm-hmm.
Because she don't just want us, she want our kids too.
Over on their lives, there were 3 things that were said that show me that she's desperate. The comment about the Facebook not being anything, because I know what's in that Facebook. I know exactly what I'm going to find in that Facebook. And once I have that, I'll be able to cross-reference everything else I have, and I'll be able to just blow it up. She said that. And then she said, no mainstream media will invalidate my story. And she's afraid that we're going to start alerting the mainstream media. We are going to take all of the factual stuff over to the mainstream media comments section. See, she doesn't want us to get off of TikTok and social media. She can control it over here. If we get off of here and go onto the websites of the mainstream media that push the Munchausen defense, and we can teach the public that those media outlets lied to them, then the public's going to take care of that. When the public finds out they've been deceived, they're going to take care of Gypsy Rose. We can just sit back and watch the public take care of her. All right? And so she said that no mainstream media is going to, dispute my story. Well, she's in for a rude awakening. All right?
Right.
And then just the way, back months ago when she said, when she was doing the bullying thing, and she said none of that was me. None of it's me. What my supporters do is on them. That said, she's got all that. That's what she's got in her back pocket. When the shit
Right.
hits the fan, she's going to throw all of them. And she's already doing it. Threw the lawyer under the table. What'd she do? She said, my lawyer and I never talked about the Munchausen defense. Now that's a bald-faced lie, because that means you're saying that your lawyer went into the court and just did a defense for you. You're the client. You sign off on anything that's taken to the court. So that's bullshit. But she's trying to make it look like she's just a sweet, innocent thing. She had nothing to do with anything. When in fact, she's just a calculated con artist and always has been. All right, so she threw him under the bus. She already threw the support, Bree and them under the bus by saying, that's not me, that's them. They do that on their own. That was months ago. She's showing her intent. She's showing that, hey, when push comes to shove and everything blows up, I'm throwing all of you guys away. I will betray you. All right? So be forewarned. And then she threw Melissa Moore under the bus and the co-author by saying she wanted to edit it before the audiobook, but they wouldn't let her. Throw them under the bus. You know? She's getting ready for the fall. She knows it's coming.
But do you think that that's pushed the people she threw under the bus into talking, or you think they're teaming up to do something major, or do you think they're
I don't
used to
know.
that?
Okay, see, I don't know. I think that's why they're going after this Boston so hard that broke from Bree and them, because Boston was in the discords. See, I don't care about these discords because I know what's in them, because I was in a discord about the build of Q. I was helping those guys find out background on that. So, and Discord is just a bunch of people together, a bunch of tech nerds usually, that surf the web and gather digital evidence, and they all put it together and they all communicate with each other. So what they're doing is they've got their core group in there, their 10 old biddies, and they're Gypsy's in there, and she's giving them their marching orders. She's telling, and they've got all kind of multiple accounts too. And they're training them basically. Gypsy's in there giving them instructions on how to go out here and deal with all of us. But none of it's working.
Right. At this point, what you said she is, if she said no mainstream media will invalidate her story, that is her letting us know that she's already got a plan for that. Because why would you even say that?
She has a plan for it, but it's not going to work. And the reason she said that is because Becca has been over here saying, hey, we're working with some kind of mainstream media outlet. And she knows that. They might
Right.
say, oh, we don't pay attention to Becca and Becca doesn't know anything. No, they are scared shitless of Becca and the
Right.
following that she's building and the attention that she's getting, because they aren't getting near that attention.
Well, it's time for the tables to turn. This has gone on too long for me.
Okay, OG, I'm going to do another hour and then I'm going to quit tonight because I want to do a Kennedy one this week and I want to do another, I want to start VisionCon.
Right. And that's going to take a long time.
Yes, that's going to be in multiple lives. Okay, so guys, what I read tonight, are you seeing the pattern? Are you understanding the pattern of what she was doing in 2011?
Right.
Okay, you know, and like I said, thank Hannah, because I wasn't even thinking about DeviantArt for 2 years.
Well, I'm going to thank Sweetie because Sweetie is the one who showed us this. Sweetie Nerdy Peachy, I think
Yeah,
that's her name.
is she here tonight?
She's not. She said
Okay.
that she stopped following Gypsy because she stopped doing the content because they were attacking her so bad. And she said that she's a gamer, so she wanted to play on her account and be a gamer.
Yeah. Well, hey, when I came over here, I wanted to post fun videos. I love the ones where they dance. I like, I was doing the animal cat videos. Oh, I love those rescue videos where they rescue animals. But
Mhm.
now all my shit is mixed up with Gypsy, and I don't like that.
You need to put it in. How do I do it? What is it called when you're in the creative program? Well, if you're not in the creative program, you go to your video, you save it, and then it'll let you put it in a category. That's how you do it if you're not
Okay.
if you're not
Yeah.
in the creative fund.
Well, I just set up alternate accounts so I can go play on them, But a
Right.
lot of people are following me on my play account. I've got a Neely O'Hara. I've got a one for my son's videos called George's Mom. Because Ann says Dreamer told her she doesn't believe she's in a. See, they make up they try to make up the reality of our lives. Like like the one that came in here the other day and said you're related to Boston. I don't even know who Boston is until
That's
the other
something that they're
day.
doing. Because when you went into Keisha's live today, they said it again. They said it to
I
Keisha.
didn't see. Did they?
Yes, they did. And she's like,
I
I'm not
didn't see.
related to Boston. Yeah, that's something. That's a code word for them.
Yeah, because they're attacking Boston so bad, and they want that could be like see they tag team like the one that did that. That they said it's Planty, Big Worm, and the VV. They were tag teaming, and so, and that was the thing. They want to associate me with this Boston because they're attacking Boston.
Well,
So
that
let's see.
is a code word for them to attack others.
They said I'm related to Boston. They said I'm Nicole on the dance floor's sister. They said at one and one they said I'm related to Cats and Crochet. That was the woman that said she knew Gypsy. She was in part of the build of the pig
Right.
house. Yeah, so I'm related to Cats and Crochet. Any of these people that they've discredited or they want to associate me with, but they can't. Here's why. I can validate and prove every day of my life. All right, every day of my life. My sons are on my Facebook. My friends that I grew up with are on my Facebook. They posted pictures of me as a kid. My friends, my school people are on my Facebook. I can prove who I am, like
Right.
in a second. So I don't know what they think they're going to do, how they think they're going to be effective. The only thing they're going to do is make anybody that listens to me or watches me or finds me online ask one simple question. Why are they doing that? Why are they attacking this woman? Why are they
That's
making
why I
these kind
try
of
to
weird
keep
allegations
quiet.
about her?
That's
Why?
right.
And so then they will find my other content. Okay? So please keep coming, guys. Send them over here. Send them over here to mock me. Christy's cousin, come on back. Come on over here and mock me. Mock what I look like. Call me an old hag. You know? And then I'll fucking hashtag my name everywhere you are. And then when people look, they're going to go, who is this weird JFK Annie person? Because, like, that's weird. Because, the name JFK, the initials JFK, are pretty fucking well known. So when
Right.
people see that, they always ask me, "What? That's weird. Why do you call yourself that?" So gets a lot of attention. So go on, keep it up. I build my shit as a troll trap, and you
Right.
guys are just walking right into it.
Maybe that's why so many trolls come to your page.
Yeah,
Okay, because the amount of trolls you get, I've probably had that many since 2021. I've only had about two.
yeah,
I've had
no.
really no trolls.
Well, see, that's the thing, Hannah. They might not be with Gypsy. Okay, you're gonna get just random trolls, young guys on the line that just do this for fun.
Right.
All right. Then we have Gypsy's trolls. And right away we identify those because they're here for one reason. They're here to defend her. They're here to disrupt the conversation because we're saying shit that Gypsy doesn't want said. And then I also have my Roger Stone trolls that still come out of here. They have to handle me because I've written on my wall here about Roger Stone. All of the connections back over to Facebook, that's filled with Roger Stone for 15 years. So those guys are still over here handling me. Anytime I speak online, anytime my face is on here, anytime I post, they still have to handle that. So, I've got a lot of different types of trolls for the past since the 90s.
Right. And see, I haven't had any troll experience, and that's why I asked you to go over them so we can know what to look for.
Yeah. And see, the other thing, over on Facebook in my JFK research, that's all linked to Oliver Stone, who made the movie JFK. And that's where the JFK Records Act came from in 92. When he made that movie, there was public interest again. And so uh, Oliver Stone became the go-to guy, media guy for anything related to JFK. And so years later, we've learned that Oliver Stone is working with, so we built all these groups around him, and all his supporters and everything were in these groups. And then we find out that he's been working with Putin for years,
Oh
okay,
wow.
to promote Putin. And not only that, but the Mueller investigation that indicted Paul Manafort and Roger Stone and all those guys, Oliver Stone was walking around the Ukraine in 2014 with Paul Manafort's client. Okay. And so Oliver Stone's been basically a dirty agent working for Russian television for years. So we had to go back in the Kennedy groups and basically address that. It all
Right.
traces back to Ukraine, and Black, Manafort, Stone, and Kelly were the Ukraine was their clients. Look up the Color Revolution, the Maiden Revolution in Ukraine, where the journalist was killed and all of those protesters.
Oh
So,
wow.
yeah, so that's what all my writing has been about. It goes back to the Mueller investigation where I detailed all of that. And it goes back to Paul Manafort and Roger Stone's history. I've got databases on them. And all of that went to the Mueller investigation, the Jan 6 committee, where they were all linked. So that's why I have my own trolls over here that still have to handle what I'm saying. If I mention Roger Stone over here in these lives, they've got to come in here and handle me.
That's crazy.
I almost fall asleep in my lives all the time, Sandra. You're gonna. Oh. All right. So, let me know, guys. Either send me a message or let me know if you want me to continue this and go any deeper into this, or I
Well,
can
I
do it
wanted you
again
to
for.
read where she flat out said she spelt racist wrong, but the first two lines she was like whoever the man was, that he was racial is what she said, but he's racist. I just want everybody to know she is that, and that's why she writes about that kind of stuff, and that's why they attack. Because I told Keish and Key that she's attacking them because they are of color, if you want to say, because it doesn't make any sense. What have those two done to her? Yeah, that's how she spelled it. She spelled it right, racial instead of spelling racist. But she is dyslexic. She has a learning, something's going on with that writing. Because I was like, I did a TikTok where I was like, is it Dee Dee that's dyslexic or is it Gypsy? They said Dee Dee was a good student. Gypsy is the one that can't read. And so where she's like, I didn't post that on Facebook with the misspellings, that's her. That's not Dee Dee.
Yeah,
So
see, well,
that's
see, yeah, I'm book learned. I learn a
mm,
lot from books, so I sound out words, and I've misspelled words because I'm sounding them out in my head. You know, so maybe since she is in a way she reads a lot, so maybe that's a
but
part of her misspelling.
when she gets in these chats, she misspells a lot.
Mm-hmm.
For her to be trying to tell somebody off and you've got misspelled words, what is that's you. That's not the you trying to type fast. No, you've got some learning curves and it's
Mm-hmm.
okay. But to put it off on her mama is like, no, girl, that was you.
Yeah.
That's
Do you,
all you.
has there ever been anything in the medical that mentions dyslexic?
Mm-mm. Not that I've seen. I just know it because I have my son's dyslexic. So I look, I research everything. And when
Mm-hmm.
he has, it's called SLP, so specific learning disability. And dyslexia falls underneath that umbrella. You can't really pinpoint it. They give you a big umbrella and you push all of the ones like dyslexia and all that stuff. You push it under that umbrella.
Mm-hmm. Is Nick dyslexic?
You
Has
know,
anybody?
I don't know. Don't they make Nick seem like he's a scholar over there writing? How did he? I would love to see how that habeas corpus went because they act like Nick is over there, Einstein. I'm like, well, dog, I thought he had limits or some limitations on his stuff.
Hmm.
So I want to see what he wrote, because for him to file that document himself, and I would love to see what the hell he wrote, because we're only.
I was digging into that yesterday, and I'm also digging into this. Some woman wrote to the court basically for him filed. She actually filed paperwork for without his permission in his name.
I know who I think it is.
Yeah, I
You
have
said
that. Somebody sent me the
you
name
said it's
today.
Arizona. They
Mm.
came from Arizona, didn't they?
Okay.
They
Good
came,
night, Sandra.
y'all. They came from Arizona. They know, because it's like, who would do that?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Because I don't think it's legal to do that.
I don't think it is either. But then, what did they do? What did they do about it? Now that when they got it, what do they do with that? Like
I
that's
don't know.
obstruction.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. I don't think you
Yeah,
could do that.
just like had they sent any of those Dawn emails to the judge or to the court, that would have been obstruction. Because that's intent to fuck with his appeal.
Well, Fancy sent a letter to the warden when she was trying to get him locked away for eternity. What did they do with that letter? Because now we know that she's not a good speller either.
Have you ever seen that letter?
Mm-mm.
Okay, I'll look into that.
Yeah, I've never seen it. We just know she did it. And she would like to forget that she did it. That's what makes me. I don't care how much you say you're sorry. If you say you're sorry, I don't think she didn't say sorry. But why would you do that? And why would you mention, like, why would you want him to trust you now? Like, leave
Mm.
that boy alone. You already did what you wanted to do in his case. Now leave him alone. Because you can't keep flopping with that's somebody's life. That's somebody's child. Like, he may not mean nothing to her, but he's everything to his loved ones. So, like, no, I can't. You can't erase that. I'll never forget. I don't even think I'll forgive, because why would you do that?
Right. See, here's what I'll do with the database. The first thing we will do, and for the next live, get notebooks together and start pulling out all the names that you can think of that are associated, every name of an organization, every name of a person that's associated with this case. We will post that, all of the names. It'll be under the title Cast of Characters, okay, related to the murder of Dee Dee Blanchard or the, lies of Gypsy Rose. So we'll list that cast of characters, and then we will pull a name out, for instance, Nick's mother. And then we will make like a page for her. And everywhere she's mentioned in the prison emails, anywhere she's mentioned her interview with the police, anywhere she's mentioned, anytime Nick mentions her, any reference to her will be put under her thread. And then when someone wants to, search that and say, hey, what did Nick's mother say about Gypsy? What did Gypsy say about Nick's mother? What did
Right.
Nick say about his mother? What was said online in in interviews or newspaper articles about Nick's mother when she passed away? Was she smeared? You know, because she, did she commit suicide or was it natural? There was all kind of articles written when she passed away. So any reference to her, and that's where we will see how they built this.
Right.
We
Yeah.
simplify it down and then we put it all in one place and then we link it to her name all over the internet.
Well, I'm ready for a change, because this has gone on too long for us to be still here 3 years later and not gotten any further than what we are. We're not using what we have. We're not using our powers for good. Our community, we're not using it the correct way. We're
Yeah.
using it. We're distracted right now.
Okay, see, Misha just says, I wonder what Quinn thinks of all this. I suspected him being involved with NPG. I don't know who Quinn is.
I don't know who Quinn is either. Oh, Harley Quinn?
No,
Oh,
she
see, we got.
said, I suspected him of being. Who's Quinn?
Yeah, I don't know any.
See, here's what I. Oh, Nick's little brother, Quinn. Okay. Okay. You
Oh,
suspect.
that's what
Well,
that
let's see.
is.
How old is Quinn now? It's been 10 years. He's
How
18
old
now.
was? Oh, he's 18.
Well, I'm sure he is. If Nick's father is involved in anything related to Nick, like these Facebook groups or whatever, I'm sure at 18, Quinn is involved.
Well,
I'm sure they're watching us right now.
I heard that some, and I don't know where I heard it from, but did Nick's dad try to get money from somebody to do an interview?
Okay, that was insinuated in the Dawn emails. That Nick's dad was Dawn was trying to get Nick to not trust his dad. So she was saying that he was out here in these Facebook groups working with all these women that were going to tear them apart, working with Natasha and all of them. And there was some, at one point, she references that he's trying to get money.
Okay, that's what I heard. I heard it was
Right.
$100,000.
That originated back then. Yeah. And then NPG Cornerstone was trying to get some money or something for a lawyer. And that's where that all comes from.
See,
Anytime you see shit like that, they're trying to discredit the people. Like they're trying to discredit Nick's dad. They're trying to say, "Oh, it's all a scam." Nick's anything related to Nick is a scam. When really anything related to Gypsy is a scam. Always has been.
Right.
She was scamming in prison. She was scamming these people in prison. She's been scamming all her life. Nick hasn't.
right?
Nick was sitting in his house with his parents, living his life on the internet.
Playing Guitar Hero, looking for a Christian girl.
Yeah, it's projection, people. It's the biggest tool and tactic of a troll. Projection. Everything they're doing, they project on their target and the person they need to discredit.
Well, wouldn't that be her deviance? That's stuff that it's beyond projection because she's done committed the ultimate sin. So at this point, that's who she is.
Okay, everything Gypsy does is calculated. She's a
Mhm.
sociopath. She's a narcissist. She's a psychopath, probably.
Yep,
You know,
she is.
everything you want to throw at her, could she be schizophrenic? Of course she could.
Yep.
Everything is part of her psychopath. Everything she does is calculated and it's geared towards one thing: herself. Keeping herself free, keeping the public thinking that everything she's ever said in the last 10 years is true and real about her mother, keeping the public believing that she's the forever victim so that she can validate being given the plea deal.
Right.
So just stop trying to figure her out. We don't have to figure her out anymore.
No,
We have to deal with her.
Right. That's right. She needs to be put back where she. Now, I don't think that because she walked out those doors, she's probably the only psychopath, whatever, to walk out the front door of the prison. The prison, she didn't escape. She walked out. So that was the ultimate trick that we're all seeing. She is the only one that has just walked out the front door.
But here's the thing, guys. She's not winning this. Go on TikTok right now and search Gypsy Rose. See if any support pages come up for her. See if any videos come up that are supporting her. Very few. There'll be like 2 out of 100. And if you go to those ones that are supporting her and saying shit like, you don't know her life. She had a tortured life, whatever. Go read the comments. And they're swarmed with the facts. Gypsy isn't winning. She can't get ahead. She's essentially off of TikTok because if she wasn't, she'd be doing her get ready with me's and staying online for 4 hours making money. She can't. The last live she did, where she was with everybody, they for some reason they all quit. They all jumped off the live, and I thought she got her live suspended. Everybody left like at the same time, all her little goon squad, and Gypsy was by herself. And she goes, "Oh well, I'm going to end this because it's no fun without everybody." Gypsy will not stay on TikTok by herself without her protection. She needs that protection. So, we got her. We've got her. Okay, whatever any of you all think, I know I've got her. I know I've got her with building this. I know she cannot confront it. She can't challenge it. And once everybody starts putting what we're building all over the web, anywhere her name's mentioned, she's done. The public is educated because it will have a public resource.
Right. But not everybody has Facebook.
Yes, but it doesn't matter if they don't have Facebook. If they search my name, it'll pop up and they can read it and they can see it
Exactly.
because it's public. And Facebook changed that to you don't have to have you don't have to join it to see it.
Oh, good.
Yeah. And not only that, but this is going to go off of Facebook and off of social media. It's going to have a TikTok account, a Twitter account, Blogspot on Blogger, where we can link it all to. It's going to be a network online where anytime anybody searches its name or anytime anybody searches JFK Annie, it's going to pop up.
Gotcha.
It's called guerrilla marketing, guerrilla warfare. I'm fighting her like she fights. And I'm better.
It is like we're in a war. It is. And that you could
Yes.
tell. That's where they are fighting. It is a war.
Mm-hmm. It is a
And she has,
perception management campaign that you're fighting.
yep.
All right.
Because those people that she has brainwashed and cultivated and trained, those are soldiers.
Well, I don't know that, like Bree and them are brainwashed. They started this for their own reasons. I don't know. Some of them probably like Sheena, Rogie, they're glomming onto her because they have no life. And being connected to her gives them a life, gives them importance.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bam Bam. We are I'm going to gather all the Capricorns together. We'll get this shit done.
Yeah, it is straight up blowing minds. It is psychological warfare. It is.
Mm-hmm.
It is. And you see, she's taking Nick and she's taking Ryan. You see what she attaches to. But one of them things ain't gonna let loose. I see the Yolanda Salvarez in some
Mm-hmm.
of them. She's boxing herself in. And it's gonna be that one time they tell her that she needs to do what they say, that they gonna be over there fighting.
Well, yeah. When she blows this all up and throws all of them under the bus, some of them might face legal repercussions from this.
Exactly.
And Gypsy will walk away, think she's getting off, but she won't.
Yep. You're so right. Yeah, the one on that scooter is the one that is Yolanda, because she's done got in that. You know how you tell your friends when she did that 7-hour interview. You know how if you tell your friends how to be a mother, she's doing too much. Gypsy's accepting it right now, but Gypsy gonna bite, and she's gonna bite that lady because she don't want to be told what to do.
No.
So she's being nice now, but behind the scenes, she finna get her. Because even nobody wants to be told what to do, especially when it comes to your child. If you're not doing it for me, especially a person like Gypsy, I don't want to hear you tell me about what I need to do. That's just they'll take the child and do opposite.
See, all of this, people need to remember, Gypsy is all about Gypsy. That's it.
Right.
In Gypsy's world, she's the only thing that exists. Nobody else exists. So she's on these lives, and the people start talking about something else other than her, she zones out. You
Yeah.
see her zone out. She's like, "Oh, this isn't about me. I'm not paying fucking attention to it."
Right.
You know?
Gypsy, you said gypsies should walk by. You can't. She don't. Gypsy does not. That baby's not doing nothing because the mama's not making her do nothing. She's not.
Yeah.
There's no interaction. If she's not in that crib watching TV and Gypsy watching that monitor, there's no interaction going on. I think about the little what's that boy in Russia when the babies are in the orphanage where they're not having human touch like they should be. That's what
Yeah.
it reminds me of. Like
Bonding.
she's meeting, yeah, she's meeting her needs like by feeding her. That's why she had that schedule written up there, so she can do stuff by the schedule because she really is zoned out on that baby before the baby even got here.
All right. There's a baby. Please don't bring the no baby stuff here.
Right, there is a baby. It's she doesn't have full custody. She has no custody. She has supervised visits, is what I see, and that's
Yeah, I don't think she has custody of that baby.
she doesn't. She's being watched with that baby. She does not have. She don't have full custody. When they were saying that there was something going on with the custody, that was true. She don't have full custody. She don't have any. She has visitation. That's why we only see her for maybe an hour or two, and we don't know who's in the house. They hire transporters to get the baby and take her to her visitation with her mom. And the visitation could be where she wants it. They could be at a McDonald's or it could be at her house. It's where she needs to be monitored at. Because Gypsy's missing them life skills, they probably make her do it at the house. And just like we saw her on live for 7 hours, in Gypsy's mind, I got a feeling there was somebody in the background and she told them she was working. She thinks that coming on this internet is a job.
Yeah.
And she did it for 7 hours. So you done lied somewhere. Somebody think you're telling somebody you're working, but when she watched that baby on the monitor, and she finally got her ass up to go check on the baby. That's when she was playing with the baby in the floor. But there's somebody else in that house. She does not have unsupervised visits.
Right. And at one point, I considered that it's not her baby, that she didn't actually give birth to it. But if that's the case, here's what that means. Lifetime let her fake all that. Because that wouldn't have gone by Lifetime. They wouldn't have known she didn't give birth. So, because they had cameras in the hospital. So if that's the case and Lifetime faked all of that, the public's going to be really pissed that they were misled like that.
Right.
And they're not going to be able to go on to in front of the public and say, well, we did it for dramatic effect. No. Do you know how many viewers they would lose? Do you know how much money that represents when they lose those viewers?
Right.
Okay, so I don't see Lifetime doing that.
Well, the reason why it looks like there's no baby because she has a visitation. Like it could be 1 hour, it could be 2 hours. That's why it doesn't seem like she has a baby. It's because she doesn't have a baby full time.
Right.
That's why y'all are seeing the disconnect. Like it doesn't make sense because she doesn't have full. She has visitation.
Yeah, that's why she looks like she's babysitting.
Thank you. That is exactly why it looks like that. Like all the faces she makes about it, she is in shock. Her mental ain't but 15. So when the baby kicked her legs up, most mamas would have caught the baby's foot and kissed on the foot. That joker like to drop the baby, like she had, like she was repulsed by her kid.
Remember in the Lifetime show when I think it's her and Bree, they're sitting, they're watching the recap of the show. And it's her and Bree, and they're sitting there, and that baby is just like flung like a football on the couch.
Right.
I
Because
know that baby, guys, that baby sleeps an awful lot.
that's because they're not. She's not allowing her to be awake. Remember, she don't want to be. She don't want. She likes to be able to say, "Oh, she's sleeping. Don't touch her. I got the monitor right here." There are parents who do parent like that, and technically, we know it's wrong to leave a baby that long in that room, but it's not illegal.
No,
There are a
that's what
lot.
I thought, Anne. I thought that she's dosing the baby.
Mm-mm.
And like, okay, I have a friend whose baby was born. Her baby boy was born the same time Gypsy's was, and he's standing up in the crib, hanging, bouncing on the sidebars of the crib. Why
Right.
isn't that little girl standing up in her crib?
Because she's not allowing her to develop in a healthy way. That baby's not getting the experience of being nurtured and told. You got to guide babies. They don't know. And none of that's happening because she still got her on a newborn schedule. She got her where she lets her stay up. She closes the club down and then she sleeps all day. And Gypsy plays that don't wake her. She's sleeping. Right. She's not playing enough with her. Exactly.
But see, that's the thing, Hannah. Gypsy's putting her whole life on video, online,
Yeah.
on social media. So we're all seeing this and we're all questioning, Gypsy, we don't see your baby growing the way it should be. We don't see you interacting with this baby the way every other mother in the world does. And you wanted to be a mommy vlogger?
But in her mind, I told you, she thinks she's mothering like a motherfucker. She thinks she could tell us about being a mommy blogger. Like
Fix
she
the
feels
echo,
like she's
guys.
qualified for that. I
See,
don't know. I didn't hear it.
I never hear the echo when people say
Me
there's an
neither.
echo.
I didn't hear that one either.
Yeah. Well, actually, who mentioned the costumes? That is Vox. I didn't see her buying costumes for the baby. I just saw like one. She bought herself like what? How many costumes? Cartoon characters, Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders for bedroom
Yeah.
play.
And you saw what she went out the house looking like. She used to look in them damn wheelchairs. She didn't even match. And you know what that was? She didn't want to go. She wanted people to ask her, "Oh, you must not be feeling well." She wanted attention but didn't want to just blatantly say, "Look at me." That's why she did it online instead of doing it in person, because you see even Ken dressed up. She could have dressed up. She could have been Jenny.
Yeah, I think she said she couldn't find a flowered headdress, please. I can
Right.
get them at the dollar store.
And she loves the dollar store. Yeah, she didn't want to go. She wanted to make herself look sick when she was out with that baby so that the attention could be on her. Because it makes no sense that she was in the house for 7 hours and you couldn't find nothing to put on to go out trick-or-treating because you didn't want to. You wanted people to ask you what's wrong. You wanted them to say, "Oh, she looks sick." Always playing a victim. Yep, she'll do. Yep. Because she didn't even match. Go look at that outfit, y'all. She did not match. And she's been matching all this other time. She normally buys, she's lazy. So she'll buy a bottom and a top that came from the Walmart because she doesn't have a sense of style, because I call her a shapeshifter. She's failing at life. If y'all look, she's failing.
Yeah.
But she thinks she's not. She thinks she's hot. She thinks she's all these things, but she's not.
Yeah. Oh, I just want to say too, like, thank you, Bam Bam, and everybody down in chat that is welcoming everybody. because I miss a lot of that. So thank you for welcoming people to the chat. You guys do a great job.
Hold on, answer Gypsy. Hannah Lyons, Gypsy drew that. That Gypsy, that's a character
Oh,
that
yeah.
Gypsy drew.
On Deviant Art.
Mm-hmm.
Also, for those of you that are just coming into the chat, I did a whole live tonight about how Gypsy was over on this website called Deviant Art and in 2011, and how we used that in different like online chat programs and like Fetish play, role play in these groups online, and how Gypsy was doing that and how it related to this House Eros site. I don't know if I explained what that was. House Eros site was a website that you could go to and you would write stories. You would join like a group of other players and you would write stories and then have these characters and you would play these, and the other person would write a story with you in it, and that was how you role played through the stories. And then that House Heroes, linked to other things she was doing. For instance, the Anne Rice books, the Anne Rice erotica books. So I read all of that tonight, probably shocked and terrified a few people. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for that. You know?
No, you trigger warning us that don't go over there if
Yeah.
you don't
And
want
I, well, see, the thing is, if anybody has like a history of trauma with this, I want to make sure that you get the hell
yeah.
out of here because I don't want to re-traumatize someone, and I can very easily.
But do you know, I feel that way about when we're on these lives. If you don't want drama is a trauma too. And a lot of people don't understand that. Like you keep doing that, you're pushing people away. And it's being dramatic. They have to be told to, you're pulled away. They have to literally drop you because you have caused them to be triggered.
Mhm.
And they don't think that, they think that they're bringing you a show. No, you're bringing somebody stress. Like, stop doing that. You're taking your platform and stressing people the fuck out. It's like, why are you doing that?
Right.
Like, think about the people watching you.
Right. If you missed the live tonight, I'm going to take everything I talked about, screenshot it, and put it over into my Gypsy Rose Digital Evidence page on Facebook. That's public. And I'll link that over here. I'm going to start updating on lives everything that I'm putting over on Facebook so you can go see it there. But I want to
Right.
warn people, if you go to the sites that I link, some of them are intense. Okay? I'll put a warning on that.
And she's intense. We're not dealing with no, y'all, that girl is dangerous. She can get you through the TV. She's what they would call, would she be considered not a warlock, or what would it be? Because she thinks she's a god.
Yeah.
So would she be a villain? What do you call like the highest,
Oh,
a
that
queen maybe?
that reminds me, Hannah. If you look, there's a wiki. It's called a villain wiki, and it has all the villains from cartoons, comic books, TV, movies, all the villain characters. You know that Nick Godejohn has a villain page on Villain Wiki?
So you mean he had to look it up?
No, no.
Oh.
There is a villain page created for the name Nick Godejohn, and when you go to it, it has a picture of the guy the actor that played him in The Act.
Oh, okay.
I'll screenshot that and bring it to my next live.
See, she said it's a priestess, because in my mind, when I'm listening to Gypsy, knowing that she was raised Catholic, I would describe it now, maybe I'm saying it wrong. She thinks she is the priest. She thinks that that mess that she sent to the baby are dedicated. That's the Bible. That if you look back at the vampire things, like what is the vampire one where they had a baby together? And what's the baby's name? The baby was like they were a werewolf and something.
Twilight. Is that Twilight?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. They Esme was her name. Esme.
I don't remember because
Yeah,
I could get through like one of those
she's
before I.
pretending that she's writing the Bible for this child's life. That's why she dedicated that bullshit to her child, because she's going to raise her child in the way that she is what she's doing now, because she cannot bring reality. She's delusional. So she meant that's a yeah, Renesmee. That's a pivotal. She thinks that she has written the Bible for her baby. That's what she dedicated it. She's so proud of it. And look, the other part of Gypsy came. I said, no, this is smut. So I think there's other people in there. Look,
Well,
she is the one with the other people.
well, I'm not going to give her the excuse of having DID. I'm just
You're
not.
not gonna give it to her.
No,
I'm trying not to, but I'm telling you
because
with that.
Hannah, down the road, here's what she's going to try to do. She's going to try to say, "Well, I'm mentally ill. I have DID." Then she's going to try to say, I know this is coming, and I'm going to cut you off at the knees, Gypsy, because you're not going to be able to do this." When all this shit hits the fan, she's going to say, "Yes, I was sending naked pictures to these men at VisionCon. I was in the shed making videos of myself as a little girl, and I was blackmailing men, but it wasn't me. My mother was forcing me to do that because it was her con." That's coming. When she's got nothing else, she's going to blame her mother for everything, including that. So, Gypsy, when you try that shit, I want everybody to clip this and shove it in her face and shove it up her ass.
I just see her when she says some stuff. She acts like she is so shocked. I'm like, you said it, and I just think that she don't know where they came from. I think she thinks that that's somebody else. I don't know. I think that those things have little shelves that personalities, and she brings them out when she needs to do certain things to interact with people.
Yeah, but she's not schizophrenic. She's not. Now, I'll wait and I'll see if there's any of that in the medical files at any time. Because they would have done tests for that. There's provable tests for that if she was hearing voices,
Remember,
you
they couldn't
know?
lock her down to take one. That's the problem. She's so manipulative that nobody has locked her down. You can see some of the psychological stuff that the doctors were noting, but ain't nobody, we've never heard of her going to a therapist. Remember in jail, she said, oh, I didn't have to take those courses.
No.
But she was on med, so she took something.
Well, here's the thing, guys. She's already showing psychopathic tendencies. She's shown
Hmm.
narcissistic and sociopathic tendencies since she's been out, all in prison, all her life growing up. Okay, she's shown these tendencies. So we know what she is. We need to stop giving her excuses when we try to figure her out, we're giving her excuses. We're giving her an out. Because
Right.
down the road, that's what she'll say. She'll say, "Well, I'm mentally ill. Well, you know, it was never addressed. My schizophrenia was never addressed. I'd heard voices all my life, but I just didn't remember." Look what she's saying. Look what she's saying about her book right now. Is it my memory? Is my memory real? Gypsy, you know everything you fucking did. You know what you were doing when you were over here on DeviantArt. You know every website you ever went to. You know every fetish place you ever went to and played around in. And I know you did it. Okay? There are people out here that were in the same kind of areas online that you were at the same time that you were doing it. We know exactly how you groomed Nick because you had all this in your back pocket, ready to go. That's why after 4 days, Nick thought he was in a committed relationship with you. You were never in a committed relationship with him. You led that the whole way to frame him. You know what you're going to do with Nick from the minute you fucking met him. And you spent 3 years just basically getting him obsessed with you, getting him so off focus with all this sexual deviant play, convincing him that these people lived inside of you and he had to protect all of them. I know exactly what you did. I know exactly what you did, and I'm going to educate the public on what you did. And you're not going to be able to get yourself out of it. See,
Well,
I
she's
break the
gonna
fourth wall
pull
and
me
talk to
back.
Gypsy all the time because I know, Gypsy, I know you're watching. I know, Bree, you're out there watching. I know Christy and all your people are watching because I have been talking about 2011 since I started doing this. And you can't get away from it. I will not let you get away from it.
I'm gonna have to go research what happened in 2011. I
Well,
gotta
I'm going to
see.
do many, many shows about it.
Well, I definitely need to know what it was then, because I'm looking at what she got going on now.
And months ago, guys, I had 5 people in here listening to me. 5 people. Now I've got 72 in this chat, and I'll bet you I got 1,000 outside watching because I never went. I'm
Build it,
not
they
going
will
away.
come. If you build it, they'll come.
If we build it, they will come.
Hmm. And I
I
think I know I was tired of hearing. I wanted to talk. I like research because that's the only way you can defend yourself against her. And to see her keep getting people's souls, she's a soul
hmm
snatcher. I was like, we got to start fighting y'all because she is
yes. So we got to fight like she fights,
exactly
and what we do is we counter all the bullshit that comes out of her face because every statement she makes, everything she writes, every post she makes, every comment she makes on your TikToks, keep it, save it, archive it because that's a legal statement. And if this ever goes to any kind of litigation, this is what you are doing is collecting digital evidence. We're archiving that digital evidence. It'll all be there.
right. That's right.
Bam Bam is my own little personal publicity person down there.
She's doing a good job.
Yeah.
Hannah Lyons is my twin. That's who I call twin. Hannah
Oh,
is some of
okay.
the reason who I came out of, like, I got the courage to go online because I was watching her and some other kids. And at the time, I think, I don't know,
hmm
was she 20 or 19, somewhere up in there. We would be arguing about, they were like, oh, she did her time. Oh, she did her time. And that's why I was like, oh, hell no, she finna get these children. And that's when I got the courage to come forward. And I ain't been back out off of the internet. I fell in love with it. But I feel like we have a moral obligation to help these children. Because Gypsy don't want us, she wants our kids. We're too old for her. She don't want us.
Mm.
Hey, Allison. Not Allison.
Hey, sorry, I had
Hi.
to unmute. I'm making chicken and dumplings, so my hands are kind of dirty. So I was like, took a
Okay.
second to
Did you bring
unmute.
did you bring enough for everybody?
Oh, I wish I could. But you know what, Annie? I was listening to you, and like, I know that it's a little bit disheartening because I know like Nick's case is his stuff is like if you hear water, I am so sorry, I'm cooking at the same time, obviously. Um, but I know his stuff is kind of exhausted, but Nick's case exhausting kind of brought about a different kind of ability, and that is for people like higher up people that have argued cases with in front of the Supreme Court. People who are have spent the majority of their careers working for people that are underrepresented or people in Nick's case that are, you know, abused by the system and not his rights not upheld and all that. Like it does open up a door now um for some higher up people to come in and kind of take interest in this case and make something of it, because the whole way our law system works is on precedent. And so for instance, like anytime an attorney takes a case to court, um, part of their whole thing, it will be a list of previous, uh, you know, things that have come in front of the court that have been adjudicated and all that have set precedent. And that is something every single case that goes in front of a judge has. And now this kind of presents a situation to where people, attorneys who have argued cases in front of the Supreme Court and all of that, um, for this exact type of thing, that they can take interest in it. And now, not to be whatever, like, it's not like they don't care about the situation, but let's also be real. Attorneys love the opportunity to have their name in the news and attached to different lawsuits and all that kind of stuff. And now, there's an opportunity for some people to come in or not people, but attorneys to come in and um, kind of attack whatever it is that was corrupt in this situation and go forward with it and try to fix it. It is It is a thing that people want to do for the betterment of our system, but also, let's be real, vanity as well. If their names can get attached to something that in the future will be brought up for precedent in future uh, things that go in front of the court and whatnot. I mean, kind of is a good opportunity, and there are many
Okay,
attorneys out
Allison, I'm
there.
I'm gonna need you to land this plane because I want to know what this has
Yeah,
to do with Nick.
well, because huh, it may be too late to get Nick any kind of fair trial.
Well, of course
How,
it's too late. His appeals are exhausted. He's not going back to trial, guys. He's
but
not.
right, but his name and Gypsy's name can be taken in front of the Supreme Court and courts that can make judgments that will affect future
Um,
circumstances like this where
So
people,
hang on, stop, stop, stop. You're
for
saying
sure,
use Nick's name to help other people? What
yes,
about Nick? Nick
I,
needs
no,
help.
I agree with you. I agree with you. Um, and
My
all of
tolerance
this,
is running, Allison, my tolerance is running thin.
I get you, Andy, I get you.
Allison, my tolerance is running thin.
What, I mean, like you were saying though, his his stuff is exhausted, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or is it? Is there a chance for, if any kind of incompetency with his uh original case, his appellate case?
I tell you what, why don't you go contact NPG Cornerstone, who claims to speak for Nick
Oh,
and
I
claims to
can't.
think and claims to say that he has further legal proceedings, but they're not going to tell us what those are right now. So why are you over here asking me about Nick? I don't speak for Nick.
Well, no, I know you don't speak for Nick. I know you care for Nick, though. And you were telling, I listened to you for information,
Mm-hmm.
I guess, about Nick because I don't trust MPG. Like, I was the one the other day telling you that there was something that came out that kind of looped his dad's email back into uh, a website that they had set up. Like,
Mm-hmm.
I
I know,
can't,
and there are continued insinuations that Nick's dad is trying to steal money,
I,
and that's a way to discredit Nick's dad.
but
And
I don't know anything about his dad. I just know that there was something to do with MPG, uh, and that that email, I don't know. I kind of actually kind of look to you to get clarity on that kind of stuff because you look into it way further than I do. What I do look into is just attorneys who have dealt with this kind of stuff in front of um, courts that can do something about it, and there may not be anything we can do for him, but as sad as it is, if Nick's case can kind of come to the front and create any kind of red tape in the
Okay.
future for
What you're
people
saying,
who,
Allison, is this man is serving a life term without the possibility of parole. He's
mhm,
serving Gypsy's sentence. They have
mhm,
continually harassed him since he's
mhm,
been in prison, and it's still
yeah,
ongoing because undercover or whatever Brandy wrote to me
yeah,
and said that people still write to this man, and they are concerned that he's still disturbed. So this is an ongoing thing. They used that thing to try to affect his appeal, and they did,
yeah,
in a sense,
yeah,
affect his appeal. So he's been sitting in prison, never been able to tell his story, never had proper legal assistance. His
yeah,
appeals are exhausted. His habeas corpus is exhausted. He's
mhm,
still never told his story. Gypsy's still out here changing the Wikipedia to say it was all him. He
mhm,
has had murderous ideation. She's still trying to destroy his reputation and slander him and
yeah,
blame it all on him. And
yeah.
now that everything, he has nowhere to go. He's still in prison without parole. You want him asked to use his case to help new people.
No,
Yes,
Annie,
you are. Yes, you are. You're saying
Annie,
his appeals are
Annie.
exhausted, so maybe Nick's case can now change things for future people.
Well, no, no, no. Hold on. Don't get me wrong. I I would love for something to be able to be done with his case, and you're correct. And I wish for everything he would talk. I wish he would blow everything all the way the fuck up. I wish he would do that. And maybe he will. I don't know. I hope he does. I really, 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 truly hope he does. And
Let me ask you this, Allison,
sure.
because you've mentioned these Innocence Project type things.
Hmm.
And that's what you're talking about, the Innocence
Well,
Project.
no, no, not innocence projects, but okay, there's a group that are a group of journalists that are underneath something called Progestia. Look it up. They are super legit, and they're out there to uncover different things within our judicial system that are corrupt and
Okay,
whatnot.
I'm going to stop you
Yeah.
right there. Are you
Okay.
a part of this Progestia?
No, no. I wish. I'm not smart enough to do that.
Okay,
I'm not.
all right, I'm
Yeah,
going to
no.
stop you. Have you alerted this Progestia to Nick's case?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, you have personally done
Yeah.
that. All right,
Yeah,
what are
yeah.
they doing to help Nick?
I don't have anything yet on something definitive to help Nick. I did get a response back because it is a group of people. It is not one. It is a group that are under it. So it's kind of like a spider web effect. Like I did get something back from somebody within, basically like an assistant, um, to somebody within that falls within the Progestia group, and it's a mind you, it is like a very reputable set of journalists. We're not any dirty journalists, nothing. Like journalists who have come out, uh, several of them approaching retirement, that have blown up a lot of shit
Okay, let
within.
me ask you this. Stop. Let me
Uh-huh,
ask you this.
uh-huh, sure.
One, What have these journalists personally done? What articles have they written in support of Nick to negate the mass media push that pushed the Munchausen defense?
They
And
haven't. They haven't done
oh, they
anything
haven't?
with Nick yet. Not Nick.
Oh, okay.
Not Nick.
Okay.
No.
Then you're
But
wasting my time.
well, Annie, we have to start somewhere
You're
with
wasting
them.
my time, Allison. If you alerted these journalists, first off, give me the names of a couple of these journalists.
I am more than happy to email that to you.
Why can't you tell me right now? You're in my live chat. Give me the names of these journalists so that my audience can hear.
Because, okay, how exactly would that be beneficial
Allison, I just
to
asked you a
announce?
question and you're telling me you can't fucking do it?
Listen to
I
me.
asked
You
you for
understand,
I
Annie,
asked you for specific information. You came up here talking about this Progestia, that they're journalists and blah, we got to start somewhere. Give me the
but you
names of the
understand,
journalists involved in this. Give
you
me the
under,
names of the journalists.
Annie,
If
listen
you
to
can't do
me.
that, I'm putting you down.
You understand it's
I
not
suspect
just
you right now. I
people.
suspect this bullshit. Right now, I suspect it, Allison. If you cannot give me the names of the journalists in this group that you are promoting on my live, I'm
I would
suspicious of
ask,
you.
listen, I ask that you just look
No,
up who
nope,
they
nope, nope,
are.
nope, nope. Give me names right
You
now.
you also understand
Give me
Bree.
names right now or get the fuck off my live.
Okay, no, I'm more than happy to go down. I don't want to blow up the assistant to very extremely reputable people that Bree and everybody else is listening to. I'm not
Oh,
going to
give
blow
me a
up
break.
people.
Give me a fucking break. If this
Okay,
is a legitimate thing with legitimate journalists, you can fucking say who they are. You told me to look them up. So if I look them up online right
I
now,
said
you
look
just said
up
their name.
Progestia. Yes,
Okay, you said look them
but
up.
I
So
don't
I
want to
assume
give
if we
you.
all go over, their names will be there.
If you look them up, you will see it is a group
Hmm.
of people. It is a group of journalists that
Mm-hmm.
have dedicated
It's
themselves.
a group of people that say they're journalists. Do they have
No,
names? Do they have
Annie,
names?
can you? Yes, they do.
Okay. Are those names listed on whatever website they're on?
Yes, some of them are. Yes,
Okay, then
it
give
is.
me some. Give me their names. If they're listed
Annie,
publicly on their website, there's no reason for you not to right now give me their fucking names.
Annie, I don't know why you're approaching me hostilely. I'm
Because,
not.
oh, see there, just like Spellbound. Do you see this? Just like
With
Spellbound.
who?
I'm mad, I'm angry, I'm bullying, I'm approaching her house because you are
I
being
didn't say you're
deceptive with me.
bullying me.
Allison, you are being deceptive up on my panel right now.
How? What are you talking
Oh, Jesus
about?
Christ. Everybody, do you see this? Can you please tell me if you see this? You're the audience down there watching this. Do you see this? Does everyone see it? Okay.
What? Okay.
Feedback to me, guys, why this is trolling behavior.
That I'm trolling you?
We went over the troll thing, okay? So I want you to feed back to me and tell me how she's trolling. She's not giving the names of this organization or group that should be public. She's bringing up Nick and his dad, okay? She doesn't trust NPG. Now she's victim playing. Yep, she doesn't know why I'm coming at her. I'm hostile. I'm hostile. She's not being deceptive. I'm hostile. She pulled the originally blowing smoke up my ass, how she respects me. Exactly. Why can't she give the names? If this is a public group and it's reputable and we want us to trust it, and they're all journalists, give the names, give how they're going to help Nick or have any intention of helping Nick. It's gobbledygook. She's up here gobbledygook. Okay? Everybody sees it. Everybody sees it, Allison, and apparently you're doing this on other panels. And I think I remember you from Audience Speaks. And I don't trust a lot from Audience Speaks.
What is Audience Speaks?
Okay?
What is that?
It's the old page I had. It's the old group I had over here where I did Gypsy content, where I was building a
No.
community.
Annie, no.
Okay, then how the fuck did you find me, Allison?
Okay, the way I found you was when you were on, I guess it was about a week ago, that you were on with Keish one night, and it seemed like y'all were on a very, like, pointed, constructive live, and y'all were talking, and that is how I came across you the first time. I don't know if that was like a week or week and a half ago.
Okay, whatever.
That was
My
the main
audience
time.
down here doesn't trust you, and they began not trusting you about a half an hour ago. So, if you can,
I wasn't even on here half an hour
you
ago.
are deflecting. Okay,
How?
you are not being transparent.
I'm
You will not give the names of the journalists. Give me the names of the journalists right now.
okay. You know what? If I do that and they start getting, I'm willing to do that. I'm willing to talk to you privately. I'm
No.
definitely not willing to give
That shit is
every
what Fancy
brain.
does. That shit is what Fancy does. I'll
Oh
give you everything on a drive.
Lord.
I'll give you everything on a drive,
Oh,
Annie, but you cannot post it in public.
I'm not saying you can't post anything public. I'm just saying I'm not putting it out public to start with. I'm saying after I give you info, I know beyond a shadow of a doubt it's not something you'd want to put public. I'm not saying, oh, don't put it public. Please don't compare me to Fancy. Fuck's sake, please don't do that. But also, I'm not going to come up here and give the name of somebody that everybody that Gypsy has definitely shown she's more than willing to make people's lives hell that are
Oh,
against
I'm
her.
tired of that bullshit. I'm
What do
tired of that.
you mean?
They dox us. They make our
Not
life
us.
hell. I'm
No, no, no,
tired of the
no.
bullshit. I'm
Hold
tired of that
on.
excuse.
Annie, not us.
No.
People that aren't used to her, people that don't know the community, people that aren't prepared for that shit. If we put their names out there after they've agreed to work with us and they all of a sudden get flooded with people like Bree and all them, why
Allison,
would they?
you gave the name Progestia. They have
Yes,
a website or a web presence. If we go
yes.
over and look there, there's going to be names listed.
There's a lot of names listed, and
All
I'm
right,
more than
then what?
happy for you to do
Right
that.
now, okay, right
But
fucking now,
I'm not giving an assistant to one of
Allison,
their editors'
you
names
you
out
gave
there.
the name, so Bree and all of them can go over to Progestia's website and get the names.
Right. They can contact Progestia all they want. They don't have an assistant to an editor's name. I'm not giving that out. That would be so irresponsible and so insanely rude of me to do that after she was kind enough to contact me back after me begging her to take interest in the case. Why would I do that? Why? Why would I do that?
See, all this secrecy and backstage bullshit.
There's not
That's why people don't trust you.
secrecy.
Yes, it is. Yes, it
Okay.
is.
If
You
that
all act like you have personal little private information. And you're all dragging Nick into this.
But I'm
personal
not trying to
private
drag Nick into
information.
shit.
Yes, you are.
No,
Because
I'm not.
yes, you are. Because you brought it up with speaking about Nick, saying that Nick's case can help future cases. That is what you said. Did somebody mute her or did she mute herself? Oh, harsh. Harsh don't play.
So what do we do with a troll like this? We need a workbook on trolls. We need more. Oh
Well,
no,
I
I mean not my
tried.
monkey
I
did
did a
that.
3-hour live on trolls.
We still might need to know because I can't even
Listen,
take. I'm only. Oh, oh, it disappeared.
Harsh and not my monkeys here.
Cause that was a troll. I don't.
But see,
She
that's what, when she jumped up, I didn't know what she was. I kind of had an inkling because she's been talking about that shit before. But I wanted her to, I didn't know where she was going to go with it. And once she went with Nick's thing is exhausted, but, maybe
Oh, you got
Nick's
taken
case can
down.
help other cases,
Oh, we're sorry. Go check your chicken and noodles. We don't want you to burn them.
Yes, Allison, you got taken down because you're talking
Yeah.
gobbledygook.
We don't want that, Allison. We're trying to move forward, girl. You just
And
tried to name drop and then take it back.
and what I will probably do as well is block you.
Yeah, because she tried us. I just blocked,
Okay,
but she
so
just tried to slide up here.
Vox is telling me she's been doing this on other panels.
Yes, she has.
So
Yeah, she was on Bree's panel and she mentioned Bree 3 times. Why would she do that?
yeah,
We're not talking about Bree.
Allison, I have mods now. I didn't used to have mods. I used to let you guys show your ass, and then I'd eventually mute you or block you.
But we don't want that. We're the ones
When my mods get bored with you, they get bored with you.
yeah, because we gotta protect everybody.
Oh, hang on a second. Britt, she was on Bree's panel?
Yes, that's what I was about to say. I said, "Hey, Allison." Then she started talking. Yes, ma'am. And she was in the chat when we said it's disrespectful to be on their panel. She was in the chat. She was
Okay.
up on the panel when that happened, so she knows because she has heard it this week. Oh, I'm not going to go back over there. I'm not. So now she's over here. We can't do nothing with you because you've been over there. Go back where you slithered from.
Yeah, I'm telling everybody, I'm drawing a line in the sand. I know that
We all are.
Bree and them need our panels because
Yep.
nobody's watching them anymore. So the first they tried let's all get along. Let's agree to disagree about Gypsy Rose. But we can all be friends.
Fake fought with
yeah,
Bree. Because why are you mentioning her name over here? You don't
yeah.
mention names of people who you fight with, do you?
No, if
Like
you,
Allison, we don't want to be treated like we're dumb. And that's what we're tired of. It's 84 people in here. Let's do a poll. How many of y'all are tired of being treated like we're dumb? I know I am.
okay, hang on a second. Call to serve. What do you mean by she was giving Gypsy free PR advice? Was that over on Bree's panel? Okay, call to
Mhm.
serve. Could you please send me information on that so that I can save it for my files?
Right. She definitely can go on the file because we don't want that anymore. That's why we're not getting anything.
Mm-hmm.
We need
Well,
this
I
research.
remember, yeah, when I was up on Keys, she came up and was chatting with
Hmm.
me. I remember that. I think she's been in here before too.
She has.
Yeah.
She just found the opportunity to come up now and say nothing. That went on for 25 minutes.
Allison, I don't need your super secret colleagues to help me.
Thank you.
Okay, everybody, I can get off TikTok tomorrow and I can delete everybody that's following me, all 1,700 of them. And I can do this myself. I can build this myself. Nobody helped me build my hundreds of groups on Roger Stone. Nobody. That was me. And after the fire in 15 took my entire personal server and multiple desktop computers and hard drives, I built it again, rebuilt it from memory. When the fire took my 60,000 books, I collected them all on digital and put them on a hard drive. And now they're going up in a database on Facebook to discuss in groups in lives like this. I've been online forever, every day, since the 90s. I taught myself to find everything I need on the internet. I can read tone. And Allison, I'm reading your fucking tone. You did not come up here to introduce us to some kind of group that's helping, that wants to help Nick. You know? You couldn't tell me how they're helping Nick. You won't even give me the names of these reputable journalists. And I'm sick of the Bree is watching and they'll attack. I'm sick of that shit. I am sick to death of that shit. If Bree and them could do anything, you think they wouldn't try to stop what I'm building? You think they wouldn't be swatting my house right fucking now? Send pizzas to my house, Bree. Send pizza. Hold on, I'm getting a puzzle. Who's reporting me? Allison, are you reporting me?
The puzzle comes from y'all. Y'all gotta tap. Y'all gotta type in the chat. Type in "We love TikTok shop."
Yeah. See, yeah, Vox, I want pizza too. I like ham, mushrooms, and green peppers. Okay, Allison, we don't trust you. I don't know how much clearer I can say it to you. My audience does not trust you. I don't trust you. Why would you do that? I don't know. Why would you go up on Bree's panel? After I said on Keisha's, and I've said in here, I said, if you come into my live and then I see you over on Bree's panel, I am blocking you. That's a red flag. I suspect you, and once I suspect you, I'm done. You don't get a second chance. You can yammer yammer and flap your gums all you want in my chat or anywhere else. It's not going to matter. You get one chance to be deceptive with me. Once you are deceptive with me, you go. I trust my mods. If they mute you, I sometimes let you play. I let you show your ass. Once my mods are tired of you, you're done. And my mods, read the room, Allison, okay? If the chat down there is turning on you and they don't trust you, then my mods will block you or mute you. And you were up here talking over me. You were, okay, I know I know every fucking tactic you're going to throw at me. Every single goddamn one. You know, it's interesting that this is happening since I did that Trolls live. But at least I'm glad you're all seeing it now. You're picking up on it. Okay, see, Carl DeServe, you're going to have to maybe send that to me or... Bullshit, Allison, you're blowing smoke up my ass. Here's what this is. This is dangerous. Not only is this dangerous because I'm building a database, it's dangerous because it's going to organize all the material and they can't challenge it because it's all fact-based. They can't challenge it, so they send here, this is a distraction. This is like, well, everything you're doing here is a waste of time because we can't really do anything about Nick because all his, so go in this direction, Annie. Go in this direction and, join this thing. Here's why it's a distraction. Go over to this Pro Justia site where all these journalists are, and, they're going to try to fight for Nick. No, they're not. No, they're not. So they want me to get my attention over there, and guess where my attention goes off of? Building this database. They don't want something like this to be built. They do not want all of you to be a part of it because they know once it's built, once everybody, you guys all have a bunch of information. Right now, that's been scattered all over. You all have your own TikTok accounts. The information you've been gathering about this case, no matter how long you've been in it, some have been in it since 2015, okay? The information you've been gathering and storing for your own use is in 1,000 different places. If you pull it together and everybody shares their information, doesn't keep it behind a paywall, doesn't keep it secret with a bunch of journalists working together. Put it in a fucking database. Get that built, organize it all for public use as a public resource, and then all of you, the 82 people that are in my chat right here, minus Allison, okay? The 81 people that are in my chat here that say you support what we're working towards. You take that and you link it everywhere Gypsy's name is mentioned out on the wide web.
Can I add something real quick? Like, I'm not
Sure,
gonna
Nicole.
pretend like I'm like an expert on anything, but did you see that video where Gypsy was on the floor being called out as a famous criminal?
Wait, on the floor doing what?
It was a game show. Like it was an actual
The
game.
game show with Rob Lowe?
Yeah, I was the one that took that video off my TV. And
That's hilarious.
I sent it to Audrey, and then more people are like reposting it. But I was like folding laundry, and I like that show, and obviously like Rob Lowe, duh. And so
Yeah.
I was watching it, and it said like the lady, like they have like different like categories, whatever. It's like people just like, it's kind of like a trivia thing, right?
Yeah.
And so the lady like challenged someone to famous criminals. And so the whole thing, the first one was the Menendez brothers. And like so they just like show a picture. And so you have to like name whatever you see on the screen. And so it was the Menendez brothers. And then the next one was Gypsy Rose, and I was like, what the what? And the one lady that was like, it was her turn, she's like, pass, because she didn't even know who Gypsy was. And then the next one was OJ. And then it went on down the line. It was like, Charles Manson. I'm like, what? So I paused it, rewind it, and like recorded it off my TV. And I sent it to Audrey. And I was like, I don't know how to send it to her, like, because I'm like not really good on TikTok or anything. So I just like did like a what do you call it? I don't even know, but not a live or something like that. But and I just like tagged her in it, and she's like, "Girl, thank you so much. I'm going to use this." And it's been going around, but yeah, I recorded that off my TV.
That is awesome. That was so freaking awesome because it shows most people don't know who the fuck she is. We do because we've been involved. I've been on this since 2015. Now, not full time since 2015. I didn't have, then Hulu came out, Mommy Dearest came out, then Hulu came out because I've always known she's bunk because I've always understood what the BDSM stuff meant. It meant she had sexual agency. It meant she wasn't afraid of her mother and her mother didn't control her.
Yeah,
Okay.
and see, like, I was one of those dum-dums, like, when I heard the story, I felt sorry for her, like, obviously I didn't, like, condone what she did, but I was like, oh, that poor little girl was so abused, but
you did not
then
have all the background.
after a while, I'm like, things aren't quite adding up, so.
Yeah.
Anywho, like, I don't want to take over your life, but I just want to say,
Oh,
like,
no.
when you were
Thank you
talking
for
about,
doing that. I just want to address Allison down here in chat. Allison, you're doing the same shit that Spellbound did, okay, that you don't want to upset me. I am not upset. You can throw 1,000 trolls at me and they won't frustrate or upset me. If I challenge you and I get passionate about challenging you, you're in trouble, not me. I'm not upset. I know what you're fucking doing down there. I know what you're doing up here on my panel. I know what you're doing down there in chat. You are trolling. You are distracting. You are disrupting. You come up here with your soft voice and you think everybody, and let's be helpful. You know, I really respect what you're doing, Annie, but, you know, let me do this. And now I learned you're over on Bree's panel. Blow it out your ass, every single one of you that try to come over here. They're going to keep coming, guys, because I cannot stress to you how dangerous this is, what we're building. Okay? It will completely destroy her and change the narrative about her mother. And then we will train AI so that when you search Dee Dee Blanchard, the bullshit's not going to come up anymore. Her factual history is going to come up, and all of this is going to be linked.
and
If I
that's why she
can, I
just got
will.
exposed by Fox Network. Like, I mean, they weren't coming after Gypsy, but what the heck? Like, how did they come up with Gypsy Rose as a famous criminal? You know what I'm saying?
Right,
Like, she's notorious, not for a good reason.
right.
Somebody heard about her, and, she was on a game show, for Christ's sake. Like, I, how does she feel about that? Like, how is she not tweaking out about that one?
Mm-hmm.
I think she tried to gloss over it, to be honest with you, because it wasn't like a Lifetime show. It was not something that she had
Right.
control over. It was like a national TV show that called her out. So,
Mm-hmm. You know, Allison, you've already been called out. I have told you my chat does not understand what you're talking about. You're talking to gobbledygook. They don't trust you. I've told you I'm suspicious of you because you will not be transparent. All right. I'm tired of this. I have top secret backstage information, Annie, and let me share it. No. Enough of that crap. Enough of that. You just did exactly what Fancy did with me about the Dawn emails. Exactly. Because I said to Fancy, give me the Dawn emails. Over on GRB Snark, they're asking who Dawn is. They don't even know who Dawn is. She said she had them all, okay, but I can't have them. Actually, she said she would give everything. She'd give me everything on the drive, but I couldn't make it public. I said, well, I build public database. I build public sites. That's what I do. And so I began to suspect Fancy. So I distanced myself from her. Then Hello Starlight sends me these, whatever has been put up before. I start breaking that down and I see that we don't have where Dawn introduces herself to Nick. We do not have near the Dawn emails. We have some, but not near what Dawn wrote to Nick. I have enough to understand what was going on. Okay, so then Fancy puts it in her Patreon for free. And she says, there, I posted it up, posted everything. I'm not gatekeeping. It's the same shit that Starlight sent me. It's not new. It's not all of the Dawn stuff. It's the same shit that I'd been talking about for a month. Okay? So, know what you're doing down here. And you still won't read the room. You still won't leave. You're still down there trying to explain. Okay? Anytime they're keeping information from you, I don't care if it's a paragraph, a sentence, a name, I don't care what it is. Anytime anybody is cloaking information, keeping it from you, be suspicious of that. If I ever come on here and say, I've got all this secret stuff about VisionCon, but I can't tell you. Yeah, suspect me. Hold my toes to the fire. They can't challenge this, and they need to. So what was Allison doing here tonight? Why build a database? You know, the shit's, you know, why spend your time doing that? Go over here to this Pro Justia, you know, where they're, you know, they're like the Innocence Project. They're helping people, and use Nick's case to help future cases. Well, no, Nick's case isn't even helped yet. Yeah, Claudia, Ryan does that all the time. That's the only way Ryan is keeping himself viable. He's saying everybody's waiting for him to drop T. He's never going to drop T, guys. Never. Because the minute he does, his usefulness is gone. He won't have those followers.
Well, he lost 2 jobs because of her.
Mm-hmm.
This is his livelihood now.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's literally what he does. He does that and cameos. I mean, absolutely no way. No way he's going to spill anything. No way. I mean, I don't even know like how that works, but how has he not lost his teaching license? He was a special education teacher.
Well, yeah.
And
Don't
he
you have to
sought out
continue
a
education for that?
murderer. He sought out a murderer in jail that used and manipulated a special needs person. And he's a special education teacher. And people somehow are like following him and like fangirling all over him and giving him money, like paying his rent. Like, to me, it's disgusting. And anybody's like, you know, quote unquote, teen Ryan or teen, you know, I just don't get it.
Yeah. Good night, Alif. I'm going to go soon too because it's almost 1 o'clock here and my phone's going to go. But no, thank you, Nicole. Thank you for that was classic, that video. I'm spreading it all over.
Have you seen it?
Yes. Oh, yes. Yeah, I saw it. Yeah.
It was comical.
I linked to it and yeah. In fact, I'll put that in, I'm going to have a whole Facebook group called the Media Related to Gypsy Rose, where I'm putting everything, all TikTok videos, all the media that push the Munchausen defense, and, you know, everything that I'm going to put that in there.
Yeah, I mean, I posted it like on my thing. Like, I don't have like a whole lot of followers. Like, that's not my thing. I'm not trying to like gather followers or anything, but it's on there. And then I sent it to Audrey. And so I know it's on Audrey's, and I don't know, I think it's on Nina's, and I don't know who others' pages, but it's definitely out there. But yeah, I mean, definitely like share.
Right. And that's another thing, guys. She reminded me what we need to do. We need to all network together our TikTok accounts. Like I know if people don't want to go on Facebook and show their real face, like if you want to contribute to the database on Facebook, you can send shit to me and I'll put it up. If you want credited, I will credit you. If you don't want your name known, you know, I'll just thank you. Now I have a lot of the stuff that people are sending me, so you know I won't put duplicates up. But I'm going to show you how I'm going to organize the database. But we also have to start connecting together, all of us, and getting everybody followers. There shouldn't be, if you're in my live and you're in the database and helping to build it, there shouldn't be somebody over here with 200 followers and somebody over here with 1,000 followers. Help each other grow.
I just followed you so I can keep tabs.
Yes, because what we will do with this, once it's built, we will go off onto the wide web and we will link it literally every single place her name is mentioned. And that's how we'll change the narrative and train AI to change the narrative.
Exactly.
Okay, so,
instead of trying to go into Wikipedia and try to change the narrative yourself.
Exactly. And so when Nicole, because I don't watch that, I don't have cable and stuff, so I would have never seen that had she not done that. And what that shows is that mass audience out there don't know who the fuck she is.
Exactly. That was like the lady, like when you watch it, she's like, pass. And she's like, who the hell is, but she's still like lumped in with like these murderers.
And the picture wasn't very flattering either.
It wasn't. I mean, I would have gone with her like, you know, mugshot, but no.
Yeah. Well, you know
Yeah,
what?
it's like,
Nobody ever does. She was prettiest in Dr. Phil when she had the long curls. She was very pretty there.
well, they had her worked up. Like that was like a full on, makeover that probably took like 2 days. Because
Mm-hmm.
nobody, I mean, you can put lipstick on a pig, but it's still gonna be a pig. You know what I
Yep.
mean? So
Yep.
that probably took a lot of effort for the makeup team.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah. Well, no. Thank you for coming up and telling me that. I am going to publicize that far and wide.
No, you're welcome. And like I said, I was like, it was just so random. Like I was just sitting there on the couch folding laundry, and I'm like, what the what?
No, that's God's work. I really do feel like God's behind us. I do.
Well, and now she's like comparing herself to Jesus Christ, which is disgusting
Yeah.
to me.
Right.
Like, how would you even like the audacity? Like, I just, yeah,
Yeah,
she's
and the way she did that, where she says, you know, the Jews crucified Christ, and if he had just said, "I'm not the Messiah," but he was speaking his truth. There is no his truth. Jesus is the way, the truth, and the life. All right, read your Bible, Gypsy. She wants everybody to go, well, this is my truth. I know you don't believe it or agree with it, but it's my truth. No, there is
well,
no my truth.
no. See, the whole thing is like when she says my truth, she actually believes like this is my truth,
Mm-hmm.
not the truth,
Mm-hmm.
not the actual truth. This is my truth. You know the difference. Like it's not the
Mm-hmm.
actual truth.
Yeah,
It's her
because
truth.
when it is factually challenged and she can't spin to go, well, that's just how I remember it.
Hmm. But now that so many things have been coming out, like, and she can't remember things exactly because of her trauma, and she's gonna do like the re rewriting of her, book of lies. You know, um, yeah, okay, so you're getting called out on that, and she's like, and then
Mm-hmm.
she also said like, I, read that thing like 50 times over, and she did the audio like, really, girl? You didn't notice those things when you were quote unquote writing it, which we all know she didn't
Right.
actually write it.
Right.
And yeah, she did the audio recording, and when she was doing the audio recording, and then she like blamed it on Lifetime and said that Lifetime made her.
Yeah.
I mean, good Lord, like I can't. I mean, wouldn't it be exhausting to wake up every day and try to keep your story straight?
Yes. Yes. And she can't anymore.
I would be exhausted.
Yeah. So, okay, it is almost 1 o'clock. Like I said, I got to cut this. Um, I'm doing a JFK live history, hidden history live sometime this week with Tommy. And then if I don't get back the end of the week, I will definitely do a Gypsy live Saturday or Sunday. You
Okay.
guys, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say I just followed you, so you can just go to my nondescript page. Like I said, I don't have a lot of followers, but I have it on there.
Yeah.
So please like share, share, share.
Yeah, I'll follow everybody that follows me, and then once a week I screen. I delete everybody that's got a private account, doesn't let me follow them back. I'll go more into that later, but no, guys, thank you everybody that came and spent time. I know your time is valuable, and we got to do this. We got to network together. Everybody follow everybody. I don't want to come into my lives and see and click on somebody and say, oh, the poor person has got 200 followers. Everybody stop following these big creators. Follow all of us, the little people. Okay? Thank you to my mods. Thank you to Hannah for pointing me back to Deviant Art because I hadn't been there in like 2 years, and it drew a bunch of shit together. So if anybody needs a recap of this, I can do that on the weekend. And I'm going to put all of this up into my Gypsy Rose digital evidence site. all of the sites that I talked about, I'll link to them so that you can go. Now, remember, when you go to these BDSM sites, be careful if you have any kind of past history because they can trigger you. Okay? So thank you, Nicole, very much. And thank you, everybody, for coming up. And I'll see you again the end of the week or Saturday.
A pleasure to talk to you.
You too. Bye-bye,
Good night.
everybody. Night. Be safe.